OT_SPOON just raided with 1 viewers. OG_Biggie_T just subscribed for 45 months.
Right, so Saphira's DM.
Oh, Jesus.
Biggie
Hi.
is taking up both. Scaff's pretty much on a box
I'm a
of his
wide
own,
boy.
and I'm Saphira for the session. Hello,
I'm being a wide boy.
Well, well, well.
Please
Biggie
don't
on
break my oath
widescreen.
while you're me.
Well, first of all, Saphira takes out her sword and kills both the twins. Ah, what? Sorry? Oathbane.
I love being an oath breaker.
Right, hi everybody. Yes, it's Wednesday. We had a little bit of a gap.
Yes.
We've also not got any visual for Lucy this week because she's still away on her travels. However, the travels conclude soon enough. The next few weeks we will have full party, full time. Oh my god. Early heads up before I forget to say, we are here next week, question mark? Or not? No, so we're not here next week. We're not here the week after.
No, we are week after that.
We are.
Yeah,
Sure.
so I'll be
So
home the next 2
we're
weeks.
every other. Okay, so we're not here. We're here this week, not here next week. Here the week after, then off again because Dwarf's doing setup for LARP, and then after that we will be back.
We don't know.
Whatever, we'll figure it out as we go. Hey, YouTube, doesn't matter. You're on the next episode anyway. So over to Biggie while I go put milk in me brew. It's recap time. Yes.
We
turn the music down a
started
tiny tickle.
last session. We were in the church area, and there was a storm starting. Azura and Jin were outside the churches, and we noticed that the lighting was being a bit weird, getting both bolts from the sky and heading up to the sky from the ground. Zephyra and Scath were in their respective churches doing their praying. I can't remember exactly what they were praying about, but words were had, responses were given, and all was good. Then we went to visit and chat with Octavian, and we asked if we could stay there to shelter from the storm, which we were allowed to do. And we went up. The rest, Zephyra, Jin, and Scath went onto the roof. They were allowed up there to watch the storm, and in particular, they wanted to watch the gates because Zephyra had a feeling that there was something off with this storm, and there may be something else coming. Azura had a chat with Octavian and ended up declining his offer to be his representative, but we were still allowed to stay upon the roof. Zephyra noticed that House Teldaran were having quite the party in the storm, dancing like loons, getting incredibly close to the lightning strike upon their roof, cheering as it did. Zephyra also had a bit of a moment in the storm. It's a familiar feeling and kind of enjoyed it. As the storm rolled in and the night went on, ended up basically calling it a night. We were watching the storm. It was moving southwesterly at quite pace, almost as though it was being controlled. Then the end of the night, groups went to sleep, sort of.
My man!
Zephyra in the room with Jin, Azura with the twins, and Scath didn't really want to sleep but ended up going on to explore the tower. Went to the armory, found some nice stuff, but as he'd been noted going in there, decided to keep his sticky fingers to himself. And then went to try and get into the basement and was unable to. So went outside, I think, and just did a bit of quiet contemplation. And then as the storm covered the city, Zephyra was awoken by a noise, a shout, not quite understanding what it was, but it seemed familiar. Went to the window, I think, and heard it again. Then they decided to head outside, having noticed a group entering the south gate. And having had previous warnings that her clan regularly visited the city, she decided to head outside, where she heard the noise again, and it was a shout calling her name. And she responded to it. It was then that a large number of her clan came up to the tower where she was and confronted her, and saying that they were here to take her back home to her mother. But she refused, which caused some conflict between the one she was speaking to, which was named Viresh. I was also here that one of the two guards for Zamanafak's house decided to do something unwise and basically told them all to piss off, to which he was dragged away and never seen again. And it was as Viresh and Zafira were talking that he let slip that someone else was coming. And in the morning, Zafira's sister would be arriving. After Zafira sent the other guard inside to wake the rest of the group, which he did, and we headed down, some back and forth between the two groups, well, mainly Zafira and Viresh. They came to an agreement that Zafira will remain in the tower and they will remain around it on guard until Zafira's sister arrives. The group then headed back inside and we went to go and wake Octuvian to explain what had happened. And when he'd heard that one of his guard has been killed, he was not best pleased and wanted immediate vengeance on the group of invaders, as he saw it. But again, we managed to talk him down to an agreement that nothing will be done until the arrival of Zafira's sister in the morning. And that's pretty much where we left it. It was a very talky episode, but although not a lot seemingly happened, a lot happened.
Indeed, indeed. Indeed, indeed. Everybody give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Oh, great.
You motherfucker.
Oh,
You give me disadvantage when I get a nat 20.
Oh, no.
7.
11.
It's alright, my next number was a 19, so that's 23.
Fuck
I rolled a
me.
19 and a natural 20.
well,
Fuck you, you
Perceptive
disadvantage.
boy's not here.
Lucky bastard.
Zafira, with a lot on her mind, still manages to
Jinna's
find
dreaming.
sleeping.
Jin is dreaming about fucking an island with
Yeah.
cocktails
umbrella.
and
Beach bar.
little umbrellas.
He's just
Mad one's a
counting
vacation.
cocktail umbrellas instead of sheep as he tries to go
My
back to
man
sleep.
wants a vacation.
What did you get, Azura?
11.
11, yeah. Back up to the room with the twins. They beckon you back to bed to get your head down and get some sleep. Do you talk to them about what happened?
Depends on what they ask.
Well, they're just like half asleep, like who keeps going in and out of the room. They've just come to bed, just fucking get your head down. It's late. It's whether you just go to sleep or whether you choose to talk about anything.
I think he'd be a little bit more worried about what's going on now, because he's worried about this with now Zafira, now with what's going on with going to be happening tomorrow. How does this all tie in? And he's probably not going to sleep easily.
Okay, so the next question, does he sleep or does he get a point of exhaustion? So you'll still all get your long rests, but on an uneasy night, are you taking a point of exhaustion?
Roll over it. 12. So yeah, he would end up getting enough sleep, but it would be close.
Here he is. Go on, Bergenstein.
I am.
Right, so what I am going to do, just give me a few seconds. Let me figure out what I'm going to do here. Which one's this one? Right, so that's cam 4. So I'll move cam 4 up to the DM slot for today. And I'll move the DM cam... Oops. DM camera down to there for today. And we're fine. It's not going to fit in the box perfectly, but it doesn't matter. Oh, that's about right. Yeah, that'll do. There we go. Right, we're sorted. We're in the right spaces.
What happened? Nothing happened, boys and girls. We're here.
Seamless. Seamless. Technical difficulties? What technical difficulties? Okay.
There weren't any.
Okay, so you get your head down. Scaff,
Yes.
with your 23, you hear what sounds like there's multiple people outside, as you're already partly aware. There sounds like you can with a 23 you can't make out any conversation, but you can hear that there is talking, there is discussion. You hear the occasional growl or shout, but nothing extended, nothing ongoing. There's no sounds of metal clashing, perhaps. There's no screams, but there is definite conversation. Berg, disadvantage perception check now you're actually here, please. While he rolls, Zafira, are you... as I say, everyone gets a long rest, but it's whether... Are you going to get your sleep in or not, Zafira?
I think it would probably take her a while, especially since she's just fucking soaked now because she stood outside in the rain. But she would try to get some sleep.
Okay. Tired, a lot on the mind, dry off, get back to sleep.
Yeah.
Jin.
14.
14. Where's Jin's mind at? Is he... as I say, everyone gets a long rest, but it's whether you get a point of exhaustion as well, or do you get your sleep in? Do you get your head down?
He'd probably be worried, but considering he is trained to shut off if required, he'd probably get his sleep in.
Okay. Scaff, do you react at all to the sounds, or are you just going to go to sleep?
See, I can't hear nothing, no... That.
So, like, it's middle of the night now, you know, it's late, early hours of the morning, you can hear there's something happening outside, but it's whether you want to investigate it or not.
I can't go outside, can I? No, because the door's locked.
I mean, if you wanted,
Well, you say...
there's options, you know.
Gee, I wonder where the lizard went. The lizard was tasty.
Motherfuckers that see me, shade away. I'm going to investigate a little bit.
Okay. Where are you going?
And everywhere.
The entire session is Scath exploring. Right, so where'd you go first then?
So, with how big the tower is, I know there's rooms.
Like, reasonably, the sound sounds like it's coming from, like, the side of the tower where you just were, where the door is, the west side.
Yeah, I'll go up to the door and I'll actually put my ear against the door. But I'll be quiet because I don't want no fucker to stab a sword through the door.
What, the front door?
Yeah, just have a quick listen there, see what's...
Are you invisible,
what I can
or are you
hear.
just walking downstairs?
Oh, no, I'm invisible.
Okay.
I'm being stealthy.
So give me a stealth check. With advantage, because you're invisible.
Oh, yeah, that's... Advantage did help. Oh. It'd be a 22.
22. Okay. You head downstairs. You can
Invisibly
see
stealthed.
that not sat in their usual stool position. You can see there is one empty stool where the two guards were. Ew. The other guard has moved his stool out of view of the door, but is still sat, and he's kind of... First glance in the dark, it's hard to tell whether he's awake, but he's kind of sat there quietly, present, but not moving. And he's, as I say, he's moved his chair away from being right next to the door, just so he's not like in view or anything.
Also, what I'll also do is I'll hold the breath as well, so no breath gets detected. I'll go up to the front door. I won't stand smack bang in the middle of the door. Obviously, I'll put it to like the edge because, well, that's probably where somebody would stab, right in the middle of the door. But yeah, I'd go up to the door and have a listen to the door.
So there is like peephole, small cutouts in the window, in the door.
I'd rather not look through them because, again, somebody could jab something through it.
Yeah, fair enough. So you
I'm
go
just gonna-
up to the side of the door to just try and have a listen.
Yeah. I do
Give me
speak
another-
Draconic as well.
Noted. Give me a perception check. Just flat.
21.
Okay. You listen, and it sounds like there is quietened conflict. Not combat, but there's argument. As you listen, you hear what sounds like, in Draconic, sounds like people of authority, perhaps. Reasonable to assume it's probably the town guard. They are engaging with Saphira's clansmen outside.
Ooh.
There's too many voices. You hear the occasional shh, quiet, so they're trying to keep command and control. You can hear growls. You can hear angered voices. There's no clash or screams or combat still. That's what you can hear just having a listen. Lots of footsteps as well, so there's people walking about. And of course the rain and the occasional thunder crack, so it's hard to determine,
Yeah. Does any footsteps get close to the door?
No.
No. I'll spend about 10-15 minutes just listening into stuff like what's happening outside. And I'll go upstairs, try and get because obviously there's a balcony, but it might be closed off because that manifests. Was there any other balconies apart from...
for the sake of you listening, after about 5 minutes, the voices they rise a little bit, so it gets a little bit more heated, and then they quieten down again, and then you wait for a minute, and then there's no more voices, and the footsteps all seem to move away, or a lot of them. Beyond that, you don't hear much else. You can still just about hear the odd groan, grumble. So there's still people there, but you've heard people come, people go, people get heated.
I'll go to the roof, because if I believe that was easy to access.
You can get all the way onto the roof if you want. But you've only got 60 feet of dark vision and you can't see fuck all. You can't see the floor anyway.
Yeah, so there's no torches lit up around the bottom that illuminates shadows.
Okay, give me a perception check with disadvantage.
With disad, that'd be 17.
17, you didn't know how many there were. You can tell that if what they said was true when they were going to surround the building, you try and look over as much as you can. There doesn't seem to be many or any on the east side, which, without bringing up the map, that's where the living quarters of Zarmanafak's house is, on the east side of the tower. South, there are none on the south side of the tower. As you look down, you can see that there is some subtle movement in the servicemen's camps. And to the north, the Tolderan party is quieting down. You can see a little bit of movement still. And then the west, near the door, there's a few, but certainly if there was meant to be a large group of them, there's significantly less.
Again, spend about 15-20 minutes on the roof just looking round, and then something's going to click to me. There was a dungeon access, a basement. I'm going to go back down to that door.
Okay.
And I'm going to listen down there, just in case they found a way into the tower another way.
Okay, you listen. I won't make you roll. You don't hear anything. You hear you hear some very quiet, echoed drips, as if it's cavernous and echoey, but no talking, moving that you can hear.
Okay.
Give me one more perception check while you're on the roof.
Just
because if you're gonna be up there for like 20 minutes, one more with disadvantage. So your first one was to have a look about, survey the scene.
This had 15.
15. Before you head down, you hear a couple of muffled screams from the servicemen's camp.
Bastards.
Lunch. Oh, they found it. Oh, no.
I'm going to go to Jin's room with Zafira, and I'm just going to try and pull Jin out. Obviously, I'm going to knock on his door first. I don't want to be rude. When I knock on the door, I will be visible. I'm not going to be...
There's ghosts in this place.
So, when you open the door, you notice that there's first a crack. You notice...
I don't want to see no cracks, mate.
Just something glinting in the background as I put my short sword back. Scaff.
In Elvish, I need a quick chat.
All up behind me. Is Zeph decent at this point?
I mean, she's still wearing what she was wearing before, so just like, I guess her underwear, you could call it. She's waited until it's dried, like her hair.
Decent enough. We were in the guardhouse long enough to get it.
We've been in the bathhouse together.
Yeah,
so many times.
You know, men's.
Yeah, I know.
Men's respectful, okay?
Yeah, just yeah.
I'll make a judgment call, and I'll usher Catherine.
I don't want to come in.
Come in.
Tough shit.
I'll look into the hallway as you, and then close the door.
Be respectful. No respect. They're in a relationship. Got respectful now.
Smack him on the head.
They fuck.
Good.
So to Jin, I'm just gonna say, In Elvish. Midnight snack. Guard camps. Do you want to?
Okay.
Do you
What
want to
did he say?
put it?
What
do you
did
want
he
to
say?
do it in a more better way?
I'll just look at Zeph.
Dog head tilt, like,
I think it's just clear to say, Scaff, if there is anyone listening, they're going to find out eventually anyway.
Yes.
Your people may have gotten a snack in the work camps.
Oh. I mean,
Or that's where they dumped the body. What's left of it.
let's make sure tomorrow.
I will obviously explain what I've done, been listening out, invisible, what I've heard. You know, I'll explain to Jin and Zafira.
If it's true, I wish I could say I was surprised, but I'm not.
I thought it probably best to let you know before we wake up in the morning and, well, yeah, carnage.
We'll figure it out. I'll look at Zeph. I'll follow her lead. They're her people.
Mm-hmm. Whatever you say tomorrow, I'll follow. I'll follow through.
Good. I just... I need you to stay close, and I need you to do what I say, because they're jumpy. Because they're starved. They're very irrational at the moment. But apparently they fear me enough to not just drag me out by my hair.
Thunder cracks in the background.
I mean, interesting day, Scaff.
That it will. Did the big guy go with his two lovely women?
Either that or you went back to them. I don't think they ever left the room.
My man.
We all need to get some rest before tomorrow. But my first task tomorrow is going to be to find food for all of them.
Walk out the room. Jin. One day. Little umbrella.
Umbrella, palm trees, beach, chair. One day.
Soon.
Take
Close the door.
And I'll close the door and leave and go to my room.
A beach bar.
Okay.
Beach bar.
Everybody roll me percentile, please.
88.
88.
100.
What?
Oh, shit.
Well, Scaff, don't let us down.
Jesus.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
That was a 28.
28. Okay. You all wake up as the sun flickers through the open window cracks. Small rainbows cascaded through as the sun rays break in through the still raining storm outside. the usual hustle and bustle that can be heard, you don't hear. Could be because you're high up in the tower. You've been used to waking up in Gulreen, which is a lot closer to the ground. There's no familiar scent of breakfast. As you awaken, Azura, the twins are not in the room. There is a pitcher of water and a bowl of fruit on the sideboard that wasn't there last night. So someone's been in and out, at least. The twins are not there. But you all awaken.
First thing I'll do, I'll get up and I'll go to Azura's room, because obviously we need to let him know what happened last night. So I'll go to Azura's room and explain what happened last night as well.
Yeah, Azura would have just woken up and probably just noticing that he was alone would have not really that been bothered about that, and would have just ended up sitting on the side of the bed trying to remember everything that went on last night so he can keep it fresh in his head. And yeah, he's just he is concerned about what's going to be going on.
So knock at the door.
I just, yeah, come in. Right.
Scaff.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm not going to be quiet at this point because it's morning and people are already awake and Jin. But yeah, like I say, explain, saying like, you know, I had a bit of a listen out last night and, well, it sounds like our visitors may have had a few midnight snacks.
Well, that's not going to go down well with our host. And where did you say it was that you heard this?
On the roof. Heard it in the camps. Some of the servant camps.
And that could be where the house Pursuer people are staying as well, but this is going to not be good. What's the plan?
Whatever Zafira says.
Okay.
This is hers. I said last night, because obviously I had to let them know. I like, whatever you say, I'll follow. So.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So.
Okay.
If we want to know a plan, ask Zafira.
I'm going to give myself a quick freshen up and get ready, and I will meet you either outside Zafira's room or downstairs, wherever I find you. I was going to ask if you slept well, but I'm guessing probably not.
I've slept worse.
True. I'll see you in a few minutes. You can get myself ready.
Scaffold disappear, and what he'll do is he'll go up to the roof again, have a look round again, spend about 20 minutes up there, come back down to meet the rest of these guys.
Okay, give me a perception check from the roof.
Disad or just straight?
No, just normal. It's daytime now. Still raining, but it's not like dark in the rain.
21.
21. You look out to the south. Let's do that last. The east. Nothing seems to be the matter. The marketplace is still closed. You can see now, comparative to last night, that you couldn't really make out, but there are sandbags like all over the gaff. The guards spent most of the day yesterday, as you know, transferring, filling sandbags to block off doorways, passages to try to reduce flooding. So there's loads of sandbags blocking. You can see that the oasis sections either side of the tower, are they're like kind of overflown. It's more like small lakes around those now rather than the garden oasis bits. I'll pull up the map in a bit if we need to. The north, Tolderan, you can see that there is a large group of people like in their courtyard outside their main building, obviously discussing, gathering. To the west by Zarmanafak's statue, the skeleton. You see the sun reflects off the rain-soaked bones. And you can see, comparative, looking down, there's maybe 4, like you can't see perfectly down to the bottom over the side of the tower, but you can see maybe 4 blue dragonborn. Reasonable to assume that they are clansmen. You can also see that there are 6 guards, town's guard, like positioned 2 to the south, 2 to the west, 2 to the north, almost encircling them, with a bit of space, but they are kind of just stood outside the tower watching, waiting. You look to the southwest towards the main guardhouse. You can see there is a small gathering of people outside the guardhouse. You can see one of them is significantly and noticeably larger than the rest. Taller. It's a bit far away to tell. You can also see that there are some groups of people, again, a bit too far to make out, but they appear to be carrying like planks of wood to like from the guardhouse south to like the southwest corner. You then look to the south. You can see the servicemen's camps. There is a lot of people, a lot of guards, town's guard, and you can just about make out the unmistakable, comparative to the usual clean white canvas of the tentages that you've seen as you've walked past multiple times. You can tell that a number of them are discoloured and red. You can also see that there are a couple of unmoved or unmoving bodies on the floor. Some of them look to be servicemen. Some of them, there's say 3 or 4, are blue dragonborn. But that's your kind of survey as you spend 5-10 minutes looking around from the roof.
obviously after that, spend, like I say, 10-15 minutes looking around, and then obviously I'll meet up with these three. But that'll be me for around 10-15 minutes.
Okay. So he's getting himself ready. What are you two up to?
I am getting my armor on.
I'm helping her, obviously.
And I'm I'm gonna make a point of not tying all my hair up this time and just pulling some strands out of my face and putting them back.
Nervous?
Doesn't begin to describe it. I just...
It'll be okay.
I'm just worried for them because obviously people don't understand. And I don't really expect them to, but I wish they could. But I know where this leads. It's sort of uninevitable. It's no, we've fought undead. I've faced a demon. I've stood in front of a goddess herself, and yet knowing that I'll have to face her is scaring me more than any of those things. Isn't that odd?
It's not. All these things that you just described, they are not a part of you. Well, your goddess is. She's not out to hurt you. These are your people.
They are.
You know them better than anyone else. You know what they're capable of.
And apparently they don't listen. Told them not to.
We'll see what the damage is.
See, I told them not to, and then on the one hand that infuriates me because I told them not to and they should be listening to me, but just...
You haven't been home for a while.
They're starving, so I get it.
And some of them might not care to listen to you anymore.
No. I mean, Mother's word outweighs mine. And,
Yeah.
I'm surprised they had as much restraint as they did.
That would have been a bloodbath.
Yes, but she would have just sent more. And there would have been another bloodbath, and then another.
I'll do what you need me to do. Prevent another.
Just stay close. Keep to yourself if you can.
Stay close and keep to myself. That's in the same vein as hurry up and wait. You can only do one of those.
What I mean is,
I'll shut up. I'll let you do the talking.
I was about to say, don't do what I did and Doriusai and bark at your guard.
Well, same as you did in Doria's Sigh. No promises.
And
See how
most
it goes.
importantly, don't show fear. We can smell that.
I think I can do that last part.
Good. Did we all get like a breakfast bowl, or is it just Azura that got one?
There is nothing on your sideboard now.
All right, I'll just have a look through my backpack for some rations. See how many I can cough up.
If I find mine first, I'll toss her a Kerecekian ration bar.
Okay, check. Ration bar.
Check the
When
ingredients.
I still have like 18, so I think I'm okay.
I have nothing to
Check
do
my
product
pack.
placement with, so I'll do it with this bowl. Kerecekian
Kerecekian.
ration bar.
Nah, it's delicious.
Ingredients list on the back. I'll just check my pack for rations, and then I'm gonna head out the door.
Okay. Knock off a ration, and you head out. Scaff, do you come back down?
Yeah, I said like I'd be about 10-15 minutes, and it takes about, what, 10 minutes to put full plate mail on? So, yeah, I'll probably be catching them when they're having a ration bar.
Yeah, you'd probably catch them out on the corridor.
And then, in my cheeriest voice, so, the good news or bad news?
Just
Is there a difference in this instance, Scaff?
you know
There is a
what?
slight
What's
difference.
what's the good news?
It's daytime. We can see better.
Yes,
The good news.
that's the good news. Okay, and what's the bad news, Scout?
The-
You might as well just
May-
spit it out now, because yeah.
Yeah, the service camps they got decimated. There is a fair few that look like are being dead. The tents are a new shade of red,
Okay.
more than anticipated.
Well,
There is a few dead as well of your kin, your clan,
yeah,
if you want me to call them that.
they are.
You said about what, 3 or 4 of them, Pidge, were.
Yeah, from what you could see. I mean, you've not got like perfect view. It's just what you can kind of make out.
A lot
Well,
happened last night.
then it seems justice has already been done if they're dead. Most probably.
Juvian learns of this, he's not going to leave any of the other ones alive.
That was my
Then-
next.
Like I said, then just more are going to come, and then more are going to die, and it's just never going to stop.
I hate to break it to you, but I don't think Octavian knows the subject of breaking a cycle.
With how Octavian looked last night when we told him about the first guard, that was one guard. He looked like he was about to bring down the. Well, it looked like he was about to fucking bring something down quite evil, and if more than his guards of overnight have been killed, eaten.
It might help that they're not directly his people.
I don't know how
It's
he.
at the camps. It could be civilians, other house members.
I don't know how much he cares.
But this could get the other houses riled up as well.
Yes.
And
Right.
with your clan suffering losses, would they retaliate?
It depends on who was killed.
What do you want to do?
I need to. I need to go find the leader of this hunting party, which could be Virash, but I'm not entirely sure if it is. And I need to have a chat, and then we'll have to assess what happened at the camp. And hope that my sister arrives sooner than later.
You're gonna be bringing more, I'm guessing.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Is it... Is it wise to try and dissuade Octavian from doing anything?
He said he wasn't going to do anything until Zephyr's sister arrived.
That was...
Well, that was before more people died.
Yes. If he gets wind of this...
He probably already knows.
I mean, we are very early risers, and I don't know if Octavian's an early riser, but if he knew, I think we would know by now.
Not necessarily. I mean, we're only guests here. We don't need to know his business.
I would like to assess the situation outside before we to go talk to anyone about anything, because I don't want to be telling him half-truths when the situation might be different.
You want to head outside?
Yes.
Going to be safe for you outside? Are they not going to try
Yes.
to
Listen,
take you?
where are they going to go? Where am I going to go? There's lots of them. I'm not going to go anywhere.
Are we wanting to go visibly? We can go undetected if we want.
Scath, I'm not going to try and sneak away from my clansmen.
That would just anger them further.
Listen, if my mother catches wind of this and that they allowed me to basically stay and wander the city while they waited to drag me off, she's just going to kill them. I don't want that for them. It's a difficult situation for me, Scath, because I need to protect the people of this place because they're innocent and they haven't gotten anything in this. But my clansmen also need me to advocate for them.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
Whatever you decide, I'll follow.
Just stay close. Don't snap at them. They're easily angered at the moment because, well, if the encampment is any indication enough, they're starved. And hunger can make you irrationally angry. So, I'm gonna go to the stairs and start heading down.
Yeah.
Nod and follow.
Make your way downstairs. First flight. Second flight. Third flight. You don't see anyone up and down the corridors. The doors all remain closed. You get to the bottom floor and you see the two empty stools, one in the position as it was last night, and you all now see the other one had been moved to the side out of the view of the door.
We're not seeing anyone as we walk down the tower.
Nope.
Is there a sound of anyone moving around?
Any perception check?
Check for that too.
8.
17.
12.
Yeah, Zora can't pick much up. Jin and Zafira, you do hear the odd, bit of noise. As you've come down the stairs, you hear there is some sound on the inside of the armory as you make your way down. And there is some sound as you get to the bottom where that kind of pantry area was a little. But other than that, nothing.
I'm gonna stand in front of the door, see if it's unlocked or not.
2 secs.
Fix it. Oh. Sorry, what did you say?
No, a
Nice.
Papa Pidge.
I can't see. I have to save a video for everyone
No.
to save data. Hey.
Give it a minute.
Breakfast.
Breakfast.
served early, boys. Actually, in this case,
Looks
like
looks
meat.
meat
Welcome to the
sparkling.
meal.
Yeah.
Right,
Poor
sorry about
guys.
that. Yeah, you look through the door, and now you're at this bottom floor. You can see a little bit clearer. It's not entirely clear just through the piles of the door, of course, but you can see down the stairs to the front onto the road that there appears to be 4 kinsmen. They all appear to be bound.
Oh.
And you can make out some guards surrounding them. Not like oppressively, but guarding them.
Is the door unlocked?
Try the door. It is unlocked.
I will straighten myself out completely, standing as tall as I can, and I'll head outside.
Okay, you open the door, you walk out, back out into the rain. Not quite as heavy as last night, but still, it's raining. Look up, you see the clouds, like, almost as far as you can see. Just grey clouds. The storm's continued to move its way south-ish. You look down, and you can see now that there's, like, 2 guards to the south, 2 to the west, 2 to the north. Between the tower and the outer walls of where the skeleton is housed. So they're kind of encircling them. Comparative to the horde that were there last night, present, angry, breath, growls, lightning sparks, they seem to be currently calm, a bit dejected, demoralised. 2 of them are sat down. One of them is stood up, with his head kind of looking at the floor, and you see Viresh is still there, and he's kind of slowly pacing, like slow stomps pacing. He's the only one that's kind of audibly still a couple of frustrated breaths. As the door opens and you all step out, you see he looks up, and he kind of scowls a little bit, and he looks at the guards and kind of just stands there quietly. You see the couple of the guards look up, and they all firm up and stand and look up to who's coming out.
I'm gonna approach Viresh. What happened?
Be careful with them, ma'am. There's been violence.
I know.
Do you know them?
I know. They're mine. My clan.
You see a couple of the guards look at each other, and they don't ready themselves, but the tension level goes up a peg, so to speak.
Yeah, I know.
I'll give them a calming look, like,
Right, Viresh. What happened?
I couldn't control the young ones. They were impatient and hungry. They've He kind of looks over his shoulder to south in the general direction of the service camps. I think there's a lot of trouble And he kind of gestures down at his bound hands.
Figured. Okay. I've heard about the camps. Okay. Right.
You're aware
you
of
hungry,
what's happened in
Garash?
the camps, did you say?
Yes, I heard. From what's been seen. I haven't been there myself, obviously.
You see the guards kind of look at each other again. We've been asked to request that if you are to leave the tower, that you are escorted by a guardsman.
That's fine.
Octavian asked
Size
us
him
to
up.
pass the message that he's gone to the guardhouse to discuss the events of last night.
Well, from what I've heard, what's been seen is that the young ones who took it upon themselves to try and feed themselves in such a way
You see one of the guardsmen
already
kind
been
of
brought down.
scowls a bit when you reference feeding and the fact that it's people.
Yeah, have already been brought down. Isn't that correct?
Give me a persuasion check.
Wait. It's a 21. 21.
21.
21.
21.
The majority of this horde have been arrested. A number of them were slain in conflict with the guard, and a couple more were slain in conflict with the servicemen. But yes, you are correct. There are 8 dead servicemen. And it seems that, murder is a serious crime.
It is. What of these 4?
Upon the request of this one, these 4 have been kept bound at the tower. They profess that they weren't involved, despite being of the same group. And given the nature in which that those were found, we care to believe them. As he said, he couldn't control them,
they have
so...
a duty to me. Yes.
I hear one of them that sat down kind of growls a little. Maybe he does.
Calm yourself. Would you mind if I give them something to eat?
Just gestures towards them.
I'm going to approach them, and I'm going to offer each of them a ration, which I know they're not used to, but food is food.
Yeah, they kind of look them up and down. They're kind of the trail mix road rations, like, I am fucking hungry, but they are also bound.
I mean, aren't their hands like bound in front of them or behind their backs?
No, behind them.
Oh, behind them.
Yeah.
Open it up.
Is it? Mother bird them it.
Would you mind switching up their bounds so they can eat? You can change them back after.
The guards again look at each other and slowly approach.
If you'd prefer, you could do it one by one.
Yeah, they listened one by one. They release the binds. They don't retie them; they just take them off just so they can eat, and then they rebind them behind their backs.
Yeah, I'll give each of them a ration to eat.
Okay, knock off another 4 rations. Like, considering a ration's meant to last a day, they just...
I mean, they're starving, so they're probably just eating all of it.
just inhale that shit.
And I'm gonna give them all a look, and I'm gonna look at Viresh. Were you the leader of this party, Viresh?
I suppose.
Any of the females with you? Where have they gone?
I don't know where they are. Probably arrested or
Right,
looks over his shoulder again.
I'm gonna look at the guards. So, Viresh specifically has a duty to me and has been tasked with watching me. So would it be possible for one of you guardsmen to accompany us and him to accompany us?
Give me a persuasion check.
Come on, dice. 17.
Kind of look at each other. Oh. Fortunately, we're not short of guard if need be. Suppose if he is to come with you, we can allow it.
They've eaten now. They should be a lot calmer. I'm gonna give them all a look that says, "You better be fucking calmer."
Yeah, none of them look at you.
Bit of a criminal offensive side eye, but yeah, just
Then
keep your heads down. I'll try and settle this.
I will accompany you when you are ready.
I think we are.
You hear one of the guardsmen under his breath, like, just passively make it out. It's kind of like he's trying to keep it quiet-ish to the other guard he's next to. How are we going to explain this on today of all days?
Depends on who you're trying to explain it to. But if you're worried about talking to Octavian, I will do so myself.
So he kind of looks at you and... I was more referring to the guild delegates, but...
No.
What
I'm
time
afraid.
was the meeting for?
We've just been told that Ulysses will arrive today. I suppose the actual deliberations won't be until the afternoon.
Well, let's hope we can get this settled by then. It is early morning. We might have a chance to get it settled. But, thank you for keeping an eye on them. Come on, Viresh. I'll start heading towards the guardhouse.
Kind of just slowly stomps behind you. Still kind of hunched. Breathing
I'll be
hastened a little bit.
Right beside Severe.
Yeah. And the guard stays another 5 feet behind Viresh as well.
I'll be at back as always.
No, just go straight to the guardhouse. No distractions, no delays.
Yeah, okay. You make your way towards the guardhouse. As you get closer, you can see that gathering was a number of guards who have kind of taken up a bit of a perimeter. Whilst the guardhouse is sizable, it houses mostly guards, and as you can probably imagine, a horde of arrests at once is a little difficult to cater for.
Yeah.
So like when you get closer, you can see that there are a couple of wagon carts that have been pulled up around the back, and you can see that they are full of kinsmen. Hard to make out numbers as you approach. You imagine the rest would be inside or whatever. You can see at the front doors as you approach from distance. It's easy to make out. You can see that Octavian is stood outside. Seems to be having a heated discussion with a guard. And you can see that more and more planks have continued to be carried towards the south. You can see what looks like the early formings of some kind of frame or a stage or something of that kind is starting to be built.
God.
Oh,
That has terrible indications. um, I'm not making any secret of my approach. I'm still standing tall, approaching the guardhouse with my companions, Varesh and the guard in tow.
When you get about 40, 50 feet away, you see Octavian looks over and points, like obviously just gestures a long point towards you all, and then continues his heated discussion with the guard. As you get about 20 feet, you're met by this encircling of guards. You see one of them goes to approach, kind of starts to raise his hand, and then notices the other guard who flanks round next to Viresh. The guardhouse is still closed. How can we help?
Well, I have heard and gathered that my kinsmen were out of line. Very much so.
He kind of raises his scaly eyebrow a bit. Out of line is rather the understatement, but
As they are here for me, I feel it is my responsibility to deal with it.
kind of looks at the guard and looks back at you. How do you intend to deal with it?
What do you intend to do with them?
Well, as you can imagine, those that have been arrested for disturbance will most likely be held until some semblance of calm is re-established. But those that were... he looks at the guard again and he kind of just gives him a slow, knowing nod. Or those that were arrested for more serious crimes will be met with punishment as due.
Right.
Forgive me, I'm not quite sure what it is that you would be able to do.
Well, first I need a word with our gracious host. I'm just gonna gesture towards Octavian.
He looks over his shoulder and nods. Kind of clicks and gestures to one of the other guards, and he nods. Jogs over to Octavian. Looks at him and nods. Just kind of holds a finger up to the guard. Just seems to finish his conversation with the one he's been talking to. And he kind of straightens his minimal robage. Makes his way over.
Tuvian?
Good morning.
Morning. Wouldn't call it a good morning, but a morning it is.
I would not call it that either.
I've heard of what happened. Well, some of it.
Well, I do not mean to include myself in the proceedings of the guardhouse. That is not my business. I have been informed that those that brought shame upon my house have, well, already been dealt with in the camp.
Mm-hmm.
So other than that,
Can kind of, if you're paying attention, you can see like her jaw kind of tightens as he says that, like she's right.
So
how long do you think they're going to hold him here?
it is not up to me. If you want more details, you talk to the guard. I just wanted to make sure that proper punishment is administered for disturbance in the city.
Mm-hmm. Well, because you said you wanted to talk to her as well. That's what you said last night. Do you still wish to know when my sister arrives?
I do not know if it would change anything. I promised I would not do anything until I had spoken to her, and I have not done anything.
Good. Well, I'll have a talk to the captain of the guard, I suppose, or the commander, or whoever, and I'll see what else I can find out about what happened.
Well, I have preparations for this afternoon, so if you need me, I will be in the tower. And he just walked
Right.
past.
But Octavian, those three still left outside your tower.
Kind of stops, looks over his shoulder.
What are we going to do with them?
I do not know.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose they are up to you or the guard.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, and if you don't care what happens to them, then maybe you could talk to your guard and have them brought to me. I've only taken Varesh with me.
Just for
But if
clarity,
those
it was
four-
Town's guard outside, not
Town's guard, not
Octavian's
Zarmanifex
guard,
guard.
yeah.
Ah, okay. I thought it was Zarmanifex guard. Right.
As I say, it is up to the guardhouse now. As long as they do not cause any more disturbance, I suppose there will not be further issue.
Good. All right. Thank you, Octavian.
Nods and continues walking.
And I'll go closer to the guardhouse.
Make your way up. That guard that was kind of stood at the front just kind of rubs her brow a little bit. You see, she kind of looks a little frustrated as you all approach. Good morning.
Morning.
The guardhouse is currently out of use, I suppose.
I can tell.
You here to
Look,
report a
towards all the
crime, or
wagons. No, I am just curious to inquire about what happened exactly with
Just looks
my
over your
clan.
shoulder and sees Viresh, and then pauses when you say my clan. Were you involved?
No, I was in Zarmanifex Tower this entire night. But they're here for me, so I feel it is my responsibility to see what happened and assess further what to do.
Well, forgive me for being blunt, but some of them are deceased. Some are injured and seeking medical attention within the guardhouse. Some have been arrested for disturbance of the peace. And
Right.
some are, well, most likely to be tried and punished for murder.
Right. How many are those?
4.
4. And the rest, I'm just gonna look over, see all these like packed wagons and
She kind of
carts.
follows your gaze and looks
And
over.
I'm just,
Indeed,
they're
those
just
are the ones that are just being held out of the way.
out of the way.
To alleviate the disturbance, she raises her voice a little. You hear a couple of
Right.
growls from the carts.
Right.
How many do I count in total?
If you spend time counting, there's 12 in the carts, 6 in each.
4 inside.
You know,
Well,
Read back at the tower.
and an undisclosed amount seeking medical attention.
No.
And at least 4 dead in the camps.
those who need medical attention, would you like any further assistance?
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Are you bringing this one in as well?
No. He's staying with me. Would you mind if I just had a quick talk to them? The ones outside, if you don't want to let me inside the guardhouse, that's fine.
As long as you
Just the
don't
ones that
intend to
disturb
rile
the
them up.
peace. Oh, no.
Not that they can go anywhere, but I could do without the
No.
barking and growling. She kind of takes a step back and gestures over to the carts. Is there anything
go
else? Because forgive me, I'm very busy.
Of course. No, that was it.
She heads inside the guardhouse.
I'll step the scaff for a moment. And under my breath. At least 30 into the city. You have to keep in mind that some of them might still be loose.
Nod.
Not all of them are going to be equally feral.
Similar under breath. How are they going to react when Zephyra's sister gets here? If she
don't
holds
know.
as much.
I don't know. Be ready for anything. And be ready for these cages not to hold them.
That's what I'm worried about.
I'll turn around and I'll rejoin Zephyr.
I'll go up to these 2 carts and I'll have a look. Do I recognize any of them?
Give me a perception check or investigation.
They're both not very good. A 15 perception?
15. You look kind of up and down the carts. You see most of them are just like frustratedly heavy breathing to themselves. The occasional wriggle, but futile as it is. You see 2 of them look your way and look away, like kind of scornfully.
Mm-hmm.
You're not sure whether it's through recognition or just through frustration. You see one of the females is in this cart, one of the carts. And she kind of looks over towards you and her eyes widen a little bit, and then she looks sad. And you can see comparatively, while she still looks frustrated and angered, she's probably one of the older in this group. She kind of just looks at you and then, like, kind of looks away.
I'm just gonna sort of step up to the carts and just not really shout, like speak loud enough that they can hear me, but not that it's overpowering in a sense.
Yeah.
Right. I need you all to listen to me. Listen carefully. I need you to be calm and to wait.
Hear a couple of mumbled growls.
I need you to wait. Rest assured, no pain is gonna come to you, no punishment is gonna come to you, unless you try anything stupid. But while I'm here, I'm going to try and advocate for you. But in order for me to do that, you need to behave yourselves. Is that clear? I'll give them all a look. I'll linger on the woman that recognized me.
You see a couple of them, like, look over the shoulder and kind of scoff a little, and they don't really react or respond. But the female looks at you and nods.
I'll nod back. As of right now, you're not in any danger. Please keep it that way. And I'll turn around and I'll walk off towards back around the guardhouse, and I'll have a look at what the fuck it is they're building.
Kind of hard to tell. Looks like some kind of frame or stage. You know, it's early-ish stages. You know.
I'll give the guard that's following me around together with Varesh a look, and I'll just gesture towards it. What's that for?
Looks towards it and looks at you. Likely where punishment will be administered.
Right.
I've not been informed whether it is to be stocks or gallows just yet.
Right. Just jaw tenses more. For those who murdered, I assume?
Indeed.
Right. Much as I'd like to avoid more bloodshed, I suppose justice must be done.
Indeed. I'm sure it's frustrating with them being your people, but you have to appreciate that with a large group of them venturing into the city and
well, there are
causing
methods
chaos
less
as they did.
archaic than this. I'll gesture towards this wooden frame that's not yet finished. Quicker ways.
Kind of hesitates. It's not my decision.
Whose is it?
Well, most likely the captain.
Mm-hmm.
Decision still have to be made.
Right.
Normally troublemakers would be fined and banished, but this lot didn't really arrive capable of paying fines.
No, they're not.
You
Fines,
muted,
you say?
dwarf.
Fines for murder. That's odd.
Well, no, the ones disturbing the peace would be fined
The
and
ones
sent on their
disturbing
way.
the peace. I see. And what would they be fined?
Dependent on the level of their disturbance, I suppose, but some coinage. A gold or two, maybe more, depending on the severity.
So, I'm just, for us, like, counting and are at 12. 12 gold at least, maybe.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it's to send a message as well.
Well, we do not have the capability of housing prisoners long term. That is why that they are punished so severely, and those that are less extreme in crime are fined and banished.
It pains me to say this, but the four who are to be punished this severely are, well, let's just say not everyone in the clan is as concerned about them. It won't send a message. It'll fall on deaf ears.
The likelihood of sending messages is probably less important. It's punishment for crimes committed.
Yes. Well, and she kind of stops and thinks. If their fines were paid, would they just have to leave the city?
The disturbers, yes.
Okay.
They're currently being held because not only is it a tremendously busy day for the city, but there is enough of them that one group is being dealt with at a time.
There's enough of them that... Wait, there's more than the ones you have here.
Those in the carts were the disturbers.
Yeah.
Kind of looks at Varesh, looks back at you. The murderers are inside, along
the injured
with
are inside.
the injured, indeed.
And the injured, what did they do? Were there also just disturbers that were attacked, or did they get in a fight, or...
I do not know the full details. I've been guarding these outside of the tower most of the evening, but I imagine most of them were disturbers, yes.
Right. Well, I would love to get them out of here. And I could. I doubt that they would stay outside the city walls, so I think they're best off where they are right now, until we find a solution. And until, hopefully, this very busy day is over.
Generally, banishment from the city is explained with clear detail that, you know, those banished are not to come back.
Yeah.
And if they do, then on their head be it.
I understand. But they were all sent here for a very specific reason, and until they have accomplished what they came here to accomplish, I don't know if it'll matter, so I'd rather them stay here before they get themselves killed.
That's reasonable. I don't suppose they'll be going anywhere for the moment.
Good.
If anything, I imagine they'll be held at least until the proceedings are over.
Is it possible to see the camp where all this happened?
I think access to the camp itself is restricted to a certain degree, whilst they are generally open to civilian. Of course, there have been murders, and so...
Maybe we can just approach, and I'll have a look at those who've been killed.
Then we will head that way.
Right. And I'll start walking again.
And you make your way towards the service camps. As you get closer, even passively, you can kind of, with the dampness and the rain, there's that smell of pennies on the air.
Blood.
And
I just love the smell of blood. I'll have a look if I can see the 4 dragonborn that were killed.
There are 2 bodies that have been wrapped in, canvas and moved to one side. Separately, there are a larger amount of bodies that have been brought out of tents and wrapped. You can see that there are still 2 dragonborn that haven't been wrapped yet. They're kind of surrounded by guards who seem to be lifting and trying to move. You can see now that you're closer that they've got like stab wounds and slash wounds.
So, because Varash said that they're the younger ones, how young do they look?
I mean, I don't know.
Are they like young adults or still teenagers? Or...
Yeah, probably like mid-teen-ish, mid-teen plus. Obviously the young don't come out, but
Yeah, no.
once they're at adequate age to hunt, they're sent out.
Just gonna go sort of close enough so I can see them properly. I'm just gonna stand there and sort of cross my arms over my chest, just watching.
Yeah, they're
Not
just
gonna say anything.
lifted, wrapped,
put a hand on her shoulder.
moved over to one side. You see the guard kind of turns away. He doesn't. You can kind of tell he doesn't want to look.
I'll look at Viresh, see what his reaction is.
You can see he's just looking at the bodies, kind of just fixated. You can still see his breath on the air a little. Obviously that warm breath meeting the cold rain, but he's got that spark in him that's he's just trying to keep his composure, and he's just not saying anything because shit went south. They turned up with a job to do, and now he's bound, and what's he gonna do? What can he do?
Viresh, we cannot let this happen to any more. Those 4 and the other 4 in the guardhouse have to be enough. These aren't the mountains, Viresh. We can't behave the way we were raised to. We have to be different down here.
Probably should have just kind of looks at the group. Probably should have just taken you. And none of this would have happened.
Viresh, if you had tried to take me, this would have been much worse. Of course, if they'd listened to you and to me, then this wouldn't have happened. If you tried to drag me out of this place, I think there would be a lot more cleanup to do.
I'll sort of pat my blade.
Well, probably wouldn't be any different anywhere else.
Well, just know this, Varesh. While you're with me, nothing's going to happen to you. And you're not going to be punished. I'm not going to punish you for disobeying. I know what Mother told you to do. You surprised me, you know?
He looks at you.
Hmm?
He looks at you. What do you mean?
Well, Queen gave you an order. I gave you a different one. And you actually considered it. That surprised me.
Well,
You might be a quite sensible one after all. Especially now that you're not hungry anymore.
Well, you left and you seem to be doing okay. I don't think I should go back.
No, you shouldn't. Not while she's still there. But look at it this way, Wirash. You might not be able to go back into the mountains, but there's a whole continent just waiting. It's not like our kind is not accepted anywhere but here. Do you know where I went? I'm just gonna start walking and talking. Sort of fall back next to the rush.
Shakes his head.
I went all the way south to a little place called Saugard. Past the great tree in the desert. I turned my life around. I'm completely different now. Clearly.
Kind of looks
It's
at the fellas. Well, we'll have to see what happens.
We will. But just don't do anything stupid. And once you're free to go, wherever you want, do go wherever you want. Don't go back.
He just kind of walks looking at the ground.
It was really difficult in the beginning to see a different way of life. And to eat different things. I didn't like rations at first either. But you get used to it. You can learn to appreciate it. It's also a lot easier to come by. And it doesn't fight back.
Kind of looks at you and looks away again. Well, I don't think that tall one was very happy.
No. Do you know the three that took him away? Were those the ones that were still at the tower?
He looks back towards the camp. I think that's them.
The young ones? Yeah. It's clear that they're young ones. They lack self-control. It's unfortunate, seeing as it wasn't that long ago they hatched. Not that many years. But then again, you have to think about it this way. The queen, she doesn't value your life. That's why she sends you. She doesn't go herself. It's always been that way. But see this as an opportunity, Naresh. Yes, you disobeyed her orders. And yes, if you went back, you'd be punished. But you don't have to go back. You have an opportunity to turn it all around.
Kind of nods slowly. Give me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
14.
Okay.
You don't have to make a decision now, Virash. I mean, we're going to be here for a while longer. So, just have a think.
Where are you walking to?
Oh, I'm just sort of... So I'm imagining we were at the, like, encampments, and then we just sort of started walking back. Like, into the city, so I guess, like, sort of towards the tower-ish? Maybe past those, like, garden things, oasis things. Not really a certain, like, destination in mind.
As you are walking and talking, you look towards the south gate and you see 3 carts, like wagon carriages. They look pretty impressive. They're not basic. They're 2 of them are kind of painted in like a white, and the central one is like a pale burnt orange. You see, even amidst the rain, you can see that middle one kind of has a bit of a shimmer to it. Pulled by horses that come in from the south and move round to the east. And if you spend some time, you could probably track them making their way all the way round the outskirts of the city before you lose sight of them.
Looks like important company.
Looks like it's about to begin.
Yeah.
That it is. Do you think we're still invited? They'll look at us around.
The guard
Wish I
chirps
was.
up. Everyone is technically invited to view the proceedings. There was an announcement was sent that the guards have been slowly passing out those that aren't immediately tied up. It was originally meant to be a closed affair between the House representatives and their leaders, but Ulysses has announced that he wants it to be a public affair.
Well, I think we're going to go and have to see this then.
Is there a time for it?
Afternoon is all we were told.
Have all representatives arrived?
He kind of gestures towards where the carts were going. I would imagine that's probably them, so...
Well, there is a girl I have to wait for, so I'll be keeping an eye on the gate, and but I'll be there in the afternoon.
If you're waiting, I have nothing else better to do. And you said stick by your side. So that is what we'll do.
Well, while we're here around the tower, we might as well go check up on the other three and wait for my sister to get her. If the guards will let them go.
So you
Do you think they
approach
can
the front
contain
of the tower
themselves,
again.
Varesh?
He
Just
kind
gonna
of
walk.
looks
talk.
at you. I think they're not happy with my decision.
No, I imagine not. But not everyone is going to be happy with your decisions, no matter what decision you make. That's just
I think they
the
blame
curse
me
of decision
for
making.
not doing what I was told.
Oh. Well, they can answer to me if they have a problem. You're not in that duty anymore, Varesh. At least not in my eyes, you're not. So,
The decision you made. It's the first one you've seemingly made of free thought of your own. That's encouraging.
So you make your way
it's
to
a
the front of the
difficult
tower.
first step. Yeah. I'll have a look at the three if they're still there with the guards.
They are kind of to one side now rather than being at the bottom of the steps-ish. They are all three to one side, sat on a rock. The remaining 5 guards are still present.
Is there okay, so we're I'm just trying to remember the map. So can we see the gate from where we are? Around the tower? Or do we have to go around the other side?
So just south of the tower is the service camps, and then far south is the... You can from that side, you can pretty much see towards the gate. It's a little bit of a distance, but if you were actively paying attention, you'd be able to tell, even if not clearly, people coming in and out.
Right. I'll stand close or nearby the rock where the other three are sitting, and I'm just gonna have a look at the gate. Are they talking to each other? Are they grumbling? Are they grumpy? I mean, clearly they're grumpy, but are they just sitting there in silence?
Yeah, pretty much. If I get this screen share on... It makes the windows a bit awkward again, but yeah, so can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's the tower, there's the service camps. Guardhouse is over here, this kind of area. It's the guardhouse. We've been to the camps. These guys were kind of out the front here, and they're now kind of to one side here over by the rock.
Yep.
I'll have to stop the screen share in between, because it's fucking with the cameras.
Yep. I'll just stand and observe the gate. See if anyone is saying anything. If not, I'm just going to stay quiet as well.
Yeah, as you approach again, the three that are there kind of look at you. Well, two of them, the two that were sat, look towards you and kind of curl their lips a little bit and then just look away. The remaining one that was stood up kind of just pays a little bit of attention that now you're on approach. Looks a little bit glum. A bit defeated.
At some point, I'm just gonna turn to the guards. I'm like, have they been giving you any trouble since I left?
They've not said a word. Octavian asked that we move them to the rock rather than on his porch.
Coming them. Understandable. Are you going to hold them for much longer?
We're awaiting word from the captain. These ones are in essence free to go, but
Right.
we're being a little bit more perhaps overcautious.
Cautious. Yeah, I understand.
Today of all days, if it was any other day, it might have been over already, but we simply won't afford the risk, especially with delegates coming from all over.
It is interesting timing, isn't it? Well.
But no, they've not been any trouble.
Good. That's good.
They have accepted some water, so they've not been petulant, but it's best we don't, interact as necessary.
Yeah.
So, are you all just waiting for things to progress? Are you going anywhere, doing anything else?
Basically, like at Severa's side.
Yeah.
The entire time.
Maybe just pacing up and down. It's just like a nervous waiting game.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, with what I said to Sophia earlier, with the delicate nature this is, I'm just waiting for Sophia to say what to do.
Okay.
If it goes south and a fight kicks off, that's a different matter. But until then, I'll just do what Sophia says.
A frustrating couple of hours pass by. Bit of a tense, awkward air. Attempts at conversation are met with short answers or ignored. You can tell there's frustration amidst the clansmen that they don't really want to interact. They had a job, they were told not to do the job, they've been arrested. Are they free? Are they not free? It's just... they'd rather not be there at this point. But as the sun, difficult to make out amidst the cloudy, rainy sky, you still can't, Kerecekian sun will always be present no matter the weather. As the early afternoon comes, I'll say passively over time, if you pay a little bit of attention in the distance, you can see the frame continues to be built. It gets a little bit bigger, and you can tell that it is, in fact, gallows, not stocks, start to take form. There's a build-up of guard. The service camps are not surrounded, like loosely surrounded with guard presence, just to keep peace. More guard presence generally in pairs and threes are out and about. And you can tell that there's a spreading of the guard for importance of the day. Word is passed in and amongst the guards as they pass through that the meeting will be hosted in the arena, which is to the west of the service camps. Like a big enough open space where first come, first served, people can go in or they can surround the arena and listen. As people start to gather a little bit here and there, paying close attention towards the gate, you see another group enter the city. Difficult to make out at distance in the rain, but clear enough given that most of them are running on all fours.
No. There was like a very tense, saddened expression on Zephyra's face when she saw the gallows being built, knowing what's going to happen there. Sort of a, well, it's not like a very loud sadness, it's just a, well, I know they brought this upon themselves, but still. And gonna look towards the gate and see this group. I'm just gonna perk up.
As the group enters the gate, for the first time that you've seen, the gates are closed. And you hear a horn blown that starts at the gate, and you hear a couple more horns that progress out west and east, and then north, and you can tell that it seems to be a passed along signal.
Right.
He
Okay.
enters, nothing leaves.
Number of guards you see start making their way towards this new group that has entered.
I'll go as well. I think that might be her.
Wonder whose guest she is.
You start
Find
making
out
your
soon.
way towards the group, as do the guards. You can see that this appears, as you get closer, Jin, with your higher passive, you'll probably make out, because you've been a bit of a numbers man, paying a bit closer attention. You can see this appears to be a contingent of 11. There are 10 kinsmen, and one always flanked in the centre, 11th, a female. You approach the group. Immediately recognisable, of course, now you're closer. Zephyra, you see for the first time. Looking stern. A lot more mature than when you last saw her. Her hair tied back in one thick braid. Wearing what you would understand within the clan to be formal attire, so to speak.
Yeah.
Reserved mostly for the princesses and the queen, of course, but this isn't a hunting outfit, you know.
No.
Straight away, as you start to approach amidst the guards, you see all of the kinsmen. Now, comparatively, this group are noticeably, I think mature is probably the best word. They're not old or older, but they're certainly all adults. They're not the comparative younger, feral mass that was before. These are an honour guard rather than a hunting party. Still heavy breathing, tired from travel.
Yeah.
Stood in the rain. And as the guards start to approach, they all kind of tighten the flank, and you can see that whilst claws aren't bared, they're all ready. And straight away, you see your sister locks eyes with you. She looks furious. But then after a couple of seconds, her demeanour changes as she kind of looks around and then looks at you again. And she smiles. And that's where we'll go for a break. Because it's 8:15. So, what should we give it, a 10-15?
Yeah.
Well, it's 13
15,
minutes
yeah.
past. Tell you, we'll give it a crisp. We'll just give it a 15. Fuck it. Right, everybody. See you when we're back.
I am waving, but you can't see, but I'm waving. Just imagine me
Wave
waving.
for Lucy instead. Diddly 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 dee. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We're back. We're back.
Straight back. Back again.
So, you stand before the contingent that has entered the gates. Zephyria, your gaze passes across the group. You see a number of them are paid more close attention to the approaching group of guards. A couple of them look towards you, and the first emotion you see is confusion, and then frustration, and then apathy for a moment. You see, whether you look at him or not, you all probably see Varesh kind of awkwardly steps back a little bit. Just only a half step. Maintains his kind of hunched.
Can I just whisper something to Arash, or just quietly tell him that it's alright?
Yeah, he doesn't respond. He's kind of just stood there looking at the other group.
He'll be fine.
And amidst the group in the middle, surrounded by her contingent, is Sister Vitani.
Yes.
And as I say, she looks at you and she looks furious. Looks at the guards, an angered expression. And then it kind of settles. And then she looks at you again and smiles.
I'll just approach the group. I'll just keep walking.
The guards kind of flank you a little as well, kind of meet your approach. One of the guards from the group chirps up. Are we to be meeting the contingent representatives for Toldarin House? You see some of the guards, the clansmen, kind of settle a little bit. Their less defensive pose when they realise that they're not being accosted immediately. And then Vitani stops looking at Zephyria, turns to the guardsman. Yes. Where do you need us to go? And the guards kind of look over at you, seeing your approach as well. Well, we can escort you to Toldarin House. Yes, that will be appreciated, but I feel there's something else I need to do first. She looks at Zephyria again. The group slowly start to walk. It's weird. It's like a practiced, like a synchronized swim, or, like a choreographed dance that they all just seem to move with her. And she seems to be the focal point of the group. And they move to flank her. She gets a bit closer. She taps one of the front ones on the shoulder. And the front two kind of split a bit, making a gap. She steps forward. Well, I see that they weren't successful. She kind of has she's keeping a serious face, but has a slightly mocking smile, and she looks at Varesh. And he just like immediately just looks at the floor.
Well, are you surprised? I've always been the more convincing one, you know?
I was hoping that we'd all meet up on the way out of the city. But never mind. Come here then. She walks forward and you see she puts her hands up to go to hug you and then looks you up and down. What is this? And then taps a knuckle on the armour.
Armor. Brittany, it's armor.
Yes, I can see that. But why are you wearing it?
There's a lot that has happened. And, well, it's been gifted to me, so I'm wearing it.
Right.
Come here.
She
And I'm just gonna
gives you
hug
a
her
hug.
and I'm just sort of lift her off the ground a bit.
Oh!
Oh, it is to see you. Oh.
Well, there's a lot. Yes. This is a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, it's nice to see you. Are you going to be watching this thing?
Yes, but before we go, can we just talk about what the hell is going on?
Well, I suppose if we're to be escorted to this Tolderan house, we could talk on the way.
Yeah, let's do that. And I'm just gonna keep sort of an arm on her shoulder as we're walking.
The group kind of split into an open, like half circle, kind of flank all around. Some of the guards split into the back to escort someone into the front. Well, I'm sure your 5 years of stories are going to take a lot longer to tell than mine.
Probably.
I'm sure you can imagine that not a lot has happened. We hunt to survive, and that we have.
Yeah.
She can see she swallows hard. Have you got anything to drink?
Yeah. I'm just gonna go into my pack and get my water skin.
She takes it and she has a couple of long sips, and then just passes it to one of the clansmen. You don't mind, do you?
No. Are you hungry?
She kind of looks at you with a raised eyebrow. Absolutely, but we were promised refreshments on our arrival, so hopefully there will be something at Tolderan House for us. All of us.
Hopefully it's-
And she kind of looks over her shoulders a bit at the group.
Yeah. So, how did all this even happen? How are you involved with this city all of a sudden?
Well, it's a little confusing, a little strange even now that we've even come into these talks, but attentions had been noted over the last months, however long it's been since parties have been looking for you. And the more that they came, the more that this Tolderan house paid closer attention.
Right.
Being of the same of skin, at least, if not nature. Just kind of looks at the group. Well, a request was made to represent other parties, factions, houses, however they want to call themselves. Representatives that aren't just from the city but share, well, ancestral blood, I suppose.
Okay. But how is this of any interest to Mother? She's never wanted to leave the mountains. Even now she can't be bothered.
I think the promise of, or the venture to the city itself is less of interest and more what was promised.
What exactly did they promise?
You see, she kind of looks a little hesitant. I'm not sure how much I should say publicly.
I can imagine what that means.
Especially before these proceedings.
How are they gonna keep that up?
Keep what up, sorry?
They promised. I have an idea what that might be.
Well, I think you'd be surprised.
It's not sustainable, you know that.
She kind of gives you a questioning look. I don't think you know or think you know what has been promised.
Right. If you can't say it now, we'll talk about it later. But,
Either way, what has been promised was enough for Mother to accept, at least, of interest, and to send me down to the city. Whether
how did she know that I was here?
word has been passed,
Did she elaborate?
I think
Or just...
part of the convincing Mother was a show of faith in that, well, you'd been sighted on an eastern approach. And so word was sent.
Right. But, after all this time, and if this whole promise and this whole endeavor of sending you here and having you represent Toldarren, even though we have nothing to do with them or never had, what does she want with me? By all means.
Well, I think at least in some part to have her daughter back was part of it, but I don't think it's that simple with Mother.
No, it's never that simple.
Whether she still... Whether's not the word, of course she does. She's of course angered, and much like always, I feel like she wants the final say in the argument, so to speak.
Right.
Whether it's to punish you, or make an example, or to cast you out, I do not know, but... It seems taking you back wasn't a success either way. I was due to intercept you on the way down to see if we could warn you off regardless. But if these talks are to be successful, and if I am to remain in the city, then perhaps some time away will be good for me as well.
It will be. Trust me, it'll give you a lot of perspective that you simply do not have when you're up there.
Of course. Anyway, why are you here? And who are all these people that are following us?
Oh, well, my companions. This is Jin. I'm just gonna gesture to each one of them. Scath and Azura. We came here after we've been to, been to Loctopia, and we've helped Scath figure things out. We've been to Doriusai. Things happened. I don't know if you've heard all the way up there. It probably doesn't matter much. But, there was, knowledge to be found here about the big guy, and just gonna gesture to Azura. And so we came to find him, help him find that knowledge.
You see Vitani she's like side listening to Zafira and nods to everyone in the group, and then looks at Azura and kind of looks you up and down, and well, I've not seen one like you before.
Yeah, he's very sparkly, isn't he?
I get that a lot.
Very flashy.
Well, if my sister says that you are companions, then I am pleased to know it.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise. Forgive me, I'd probably be a bit more talkative, but I am rather hungry and on the promise of refreshment, so...
Oh, by the way, how's Father holding up?
He's been better.
Has she gotten worse?
It's less that, it's his health. He's getting by, but he's also getting tired. He stopped leading hunting parties. And, well, he's trying to appease Mother and not seem like a waste of space at this point. You know, it's difficult for him.
I hate that she thinks of him that way.
She kind of nods and doesn't say anything. But hopefully those things that have been promised will alleviate a lot of tension for us all.
Well, I can only imagine it's gotten worse. The hunts, I mean.
Yeah. I think the more people that go missing in the mountains, the less people that venture up there. There's only so many creatures to live off.
You know what that means, right? It's time for us to move.
You say those words so plainly as if it's not been what should have always been.
It's... Vitani, I know that this life is what we're used to, what we're raised into, but being away from it, I've learned a lot. I've changed a lot. But,
I can tell.
I think the most...
She taps on the armour again.
Yes, I may have turned into a bit of a tin can, but I think the most important thing I learned is to care about people.
Very interesting.
And knowing that what happened with the party that came here for me, and hearing you talk about how it's been
Yeah, there's not
getting
many
more.
of them. I see Varesh, but
Most of them have been captured by the guard, and they're
what?
being held. Yes,
Why are you?
the tiny. The and I'm just gonna hold her the hand to her and kind of squeeze her shoulder a little bit. The young ones, Vitani, they couldn't help themselves.
She kind of
Um,
shoots a look at Varesh.
it's not his fault, Vitani. They didn't listen to me either. If they can't listen to me, how do you expect them to listen to him?
With all due respect, sister, you're a traitor. Don't forget.
Well, yes, but I'm still the firstborn.
In the eyes of the young ones, they've not known much else, only what mother has fed to them.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day now, most of the ones that were sent are biding their time, being held until all this is over, and then they may go and never come back.
Shakes her head. Well then, let us hope we can get it over with soon.
Yeah.
Whatever happens with these talks, where can I see you to talk properly?
Well, I'll be watching, and after that, well, we've been seeing at the tower, though I'm not sure if Octavian, the head of the house, is willing to host us anymore. But I'll just meet you outside the arena, I suppose. Or no.
Yes, well, either way, if in doubt, then we will meet near... She kind of looks around. Oh, that skeleton's obvious enough. What about over there?
Sure thing. If you want to meet next to the big skeletal dragon,
Just don't touch it.
just don't touch it.
Yeah, it's not good if you do.
Okay. I won't touch it.
Don't have anyone else touch it either, please.
She nods.
This is an interesting guard you have, but I expected nothing less.
Well, she kind of looks over her shoulder and nods to them all. They're all kind of just firm, they respectful. Mother wasn't going to send me alone, and if what's been promised is to come to pass, then things certainly will change.
Yeah.
But anyway, she puts her hand on your shoulder and kind of you sense that she's tried to squeeze and then realises that it's metal. She's like pats it sarcastically. Right, well, I will see you all later on then.
I'll
She
give
kind
her
of-
another hug
Yeah,
before
she
she
leans
walks
in
off.
and... Okay.
Good luck.
Yeah, yes, thank you. And smiles and nods, and then the semicircle kind of reforms around her as they all walk on. Led into the courtyard of Tolderan House, you see a big group of Tolderan come walking out, and you see for the first time, passively, one of the members of Tolderan seems to be wearing a long cape of... It's fur-lined and purple in... Looks like purple wool. with a bit of a gold chain clasping it round. And he's a chunky boy. You see he walks over and holds a hand out to Vitani, and she politely declines. And then they're all led inside. They disappear. That could have gone worse, I feel. At least she didn't scorn me.
Told you, nothing's going to happen to you. It'll be fine. Do you want to know an interesting fact about my sister?
Nods.
She's the one that told me to leave. So don't worry too much.
What are you thinking?
Well, I guess it's to the arena and see where all this goes. Because before then, we're not going to have any other conversation. There's not enough time.
Everyone that we could talk to is going to be busy with whatever is going to be happening next. So we just
The way
need
she
to-
talked, we have assume one thing. I don't think the city's being offered up as an hunting ground.
I know, which is what could
Does
it
make
be
me
then?
curious what else might
I
be
don't
on
know.
the table.
Yeah, I don't think that's it.
And
Because that's a finite resource.
yeah,
That wouldn't make any sense.
and
But I guess we'll have to wait.
if I remember rightly, House Taldarin is the money in this city.
No offense, Shafira, but what does a cannibal need with money?
Don't know.
Retirement?
I don't know what they've been promised. But she couldn't talk about it now. So I guess we'll have to wait and see.
We'll find
I'm
out soon.
just... I have no idea how relieved I am that she's alright.
That's good.
And hey, at least apparently she still likes me. Somewhat. Even though she doesn't like this, I'm just gonna tink like a claw in the armor.
Do we get popcorn or something for the show?
I don't know if it's gonna be that kind of show.
Can be political mumbo jumbo. Alcohol and
see.
popcorn is going to be required.
I'm gonna look over at the guard, and I'm gonna look at Virash and just like, can we take him with us as well? If we're gonna go to the arena.
Yes, I will. I've been observing him, and he certainly seems to be the one with his head on his shoulders, at least. And he, whilst I can't release him, I will move his restraints to the front so it's a little more comfortable.
Thank you.
Hopefully, all going well, these proceedings won't take too long, and perhaps only a couple more hours, and then decisions will be made.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Perhaps I would suggest, if I may, that if you are to be in his company, that you maybe show him around and perhaps prepare him for, I can imagine, banishment will be the call.
Right.
As much as wrongs have happened, there's fairness in only punishing those who have caused the wrongdoings. And if your conversation is to go by, forgive me once again, I don't want to overstep, but I couldn't help but overhear. If he is to be banished and he's in conflict, might not do him any good to send him out on his own.
No, I'd rather you stay with me.
Well, lead on.
Right, I'm gonna have a look around from Toldarin, where the arena would be from here, where we'd have to go.
So it's back south.
Yep.
It's basically just south of the Tsar Manifex Tower statue.
Right. Yeah, I'll
You know-
head that way, but
Yeah,
As
as
we're
you make your way
walking
back
now.
south.
gonna grab Jin's hand. I need emotional support right now.
I'll squeeze it.
Oh.
Oh.
I just don't know what she wants. Why does she want me back? I don't get it.
Cameras have gone a little bit skewy.
Yeah, they're gonna, because it's they're not set up to not have someone on camera properly, so we just have to put up with it. So yeah, you've you met Vitani at the bottom, like as she's come through the gate. Gates are closed. You've made your way past the camps. There's the arena to the south of the skeleton, and then you've gone up past Tsar Manifex Tower towards Toldarin House, and then they've all gone in there, and now you make your way back south. And now you can see the groups of people are all building up. You've got this area set up, and the guardhouse is over this side, and then you can see over in this area is where the gallows are being built in the southwest. So,
Squeeze Jin's hand again as we see those damn
Squeeze.
squeezy,
stress
squeezy.
ball.
It'll be
Stress ball,
okay.
but it's a hand. A little.
So amidst the rain, you can see that a number of simple canvas parasols are erected, just so that
Take away the
at
beach
least
bum.
portions of the crowd aren't just all stood out in the rain. There's at least somewhere to go for a bit of cover. Like simple
So they've not got a-
gazebos.
Not the
So they haven't got-
parasols again.
They've not got tiny umbrellas, they've got big umbrellas.
Take away.
One
take
step.
away
They
the
don't-
parasol.
They don't fit in my tiny lap.
A bigger glass.
I just realized I never got my water skin back. Oh well, I'll get another one.
Yeah, that was passed around the group and no one passed it back. There was 10 of them plus Vitani. That's empty at best. Gone.
Oh well.
So, as the crowd begins to develop, are you going to try and get close, get a good view? Like, where are
Yeah.
you going to position yourselves, if anywhere important in particular?
I just want to have a good view of the arena. I want to see what's going on, possibly be able to hear what's going
Yeah.
on, so relatively close.
Okay. You see, as you approach, there is a large circle of guards that are kind of surrounding the northern point of the arena. where the entrances are. And you can see in the middle of this circle there is a number of people, different races, castes, colours, shapes and sizes. You can see that there is a human male right in the centre, wearing a black robe with red around the trim. And atop his head is a... It looks absolutely shit, but...
It's baby puke.
Yeah, it's like not too dissimilar from
Baby's
the colour of the...
brown.
Not too dissimilar from the colour of the carriage. Like a pale burnt orange. Like one of those... It's not a bear, it's one of them soft... It's like, it looks a little bit like a shower cap.
Like a fluffy hat.
It's not even fluffy,
Floppy,
it's...
floppy hat, I mean. Floppy.
like a floppy,
it's
yeah,
little
floppy.
Like a merchant hat.
Yeah, kind of. Let me see. I've got to have the fucking picture of him somewhere. Just give me a minute. Also, in the group, you can see there is a tall, slim... Young's not the right word for an elf, because they all look adult anyway. But tall, slim, very pale skin, black hair. There is...
Like that.
Ew, it's a king.
It's not a king.
What?
What?
Is that the kind of hat you're thinking of? I should put it in chat in here.
Hang on, I should have the picture of Ulysses somewhere. Fuck knows. Fuck it, I'll be here all day. Let's have a quick look in the chat, see if the picture is... That's not far off. Yeah, like a shit floppy hat in the orange is kind of like the Joker's shirt in that picture, kind of.
Yeah, merchant hat.
Yeah, kind of like a merchant hat. Human. Salt and pepper beard. You get the vibe that his visage appears younger than his hair would suggest. Like, he looks like a young man, but he's got like a salt and peppered beard. It's a little bit weird, a little bit strange. Tall, slim, leather armoured elf. There is a gnome. Looks a little bit... It's got a bit of a... One eye's larger than the other. He's wearing a... Yeah, he's got a... robed. There's a couple of other humans. A couple of other proper adventuring type looking people. There's one fellow wearing a full set of plate mail, minus the helm, polished in a just off-white. It's not quite metal. There's like a whiteness to the armour. They are stood next to Magda and Nefene. And shortly after, a cart is drawn carrying the rotund member of Tolderan House.
I couldn't even walk here.
Why walk when you can just get a cart? It's like at LARP, bro. Taxi.
Yeah.
If you've got the cash, mate, get on the back of the cart. And then Vitani is flanked by her guards. You can imagine that an offer was made to sit on the cart, and much like the handshake, she's just noped it. I'll walk. I'm fine. I've just fucking come down from the mountain. I can walk to the meeting. It's fine. So they all meet up in the middle. There's some hushed conversation, preparations, guards are flanked, and then they all filter into the arena, and as they do, the circle of guards collapses and surrounds the entrances and exits. You see the groups form up in the middle. There's like a long table with chairs put out. You hear a loud, booming voice. Good afternoon. Could everybody hear me? I am Ulysses the Madcap, proud head councilman and lead of the Calvados Collective. I have come to you today with an opportunity to reform the guilds. And he raises his hands, and a couple of people cheer, and most of the crowd don't cheer. Didn't expect it coming.
Yeah, okay.
To reform the guilds, and then you see everyone in the middle claps and looks, and then more people clap along, like, yay, the guilds. Like, they've been shut for weeks, so I'm like, yay, the guilds. We have representatives from House. As he gestures to Magda, she stands up. House Gulreen, and gestures towards Toldarin. You see the guy. House Toldarin. Are there to be... I was under the impression there were 4 houses.
I'm looking towards see if I can see Octuvian and who might be representing.
Give me a perception check.
Ooh.
I'll just be counting exits and
21.
counting guards. That's what I'll be doing the entire time.
As we went in, were we just allowed to go in armed?
Yeah. There's a lot of people that are outside the arena, and there's like a number of people, mostly civilians. It's just random, pretty much first come first served, have gone in to fill up the arena seats, and then no one's checked you for arms and whatever.
Yeah, I got a 21 on the perception.
You don't see Octuvian anywhere. I'll say with a 21, I'll just narrate for you. You kind of, as you're looking around thinking, where's Octuvian, you instinctually look towards the tower, and you can just make out a silhouette of a tall figure on the balcony.
I'm puzzled now.
Oh, well.
Whoever sat next to me, I'll turn to them if it's like, he's still up in his tower, he's not here.
Probably making a grand entrance. And Jin sounds extremely just sort of disappointingly disinterested in what the Duvian is planning to do. It's like,
Zephyr's full attention is on her sister. She's not paying attention really.
You can see as well that the delegation has been there, they're on the inside of the arena, but they've not approached. Vitani's kind of sat next to the Toldarin representative. She you could tell by her face she does not want to be there. She's like, what the fuck is this? There are so many people here. You all look like my favourite meal. Why are we sat here talking? I am not used to this at all.
Can I just eat something?
Yeah, so we... do you need that leg? Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
I mean, the Toldarian guy doesn't leave with his legs. He doesn't walk anyway.
Yeah.
Take one of those.
You see, in the crowd, like front row, like, part of the way round from you, a green dragonborn stands up. Forgive us, House Pursuer is not participating.
Ooh.
Well, that's disappointing. 2 out of 4. Any final requests? Anyone else want to enjoy the delegation?
Again, I'll just look up to the tower.
Yeah, you can just see the silhouette stood on the balcony. Well, I'm a busy man and I've got a lot to do, so we come here today to determine which of the 2 out of 4 houses are going to assume leadership control and work under me as head of the Dragoon Guild House. Representatives have been brought. House Gulreen, who have you brought as representative? Nefene stands up. She puts her hand on her chest. She has her helmet, but she's not got it on. She's just holding it. Holds her hand up to her chest. Nefene King from Want. You see Ulysses, shoots a look at her.
What are you doing here?
Hey, yo.
Excuse me?
What?
He tries to hide his shock at who the representative is. Almost like they've been there and he's just not paid attention. See Ulysses, he don't give a fuck. And he looks at her and he looks confused. Well, a non-dragonborn, non-continental representative, an interesting choice from House Gulreen. Perhaps a clever choice. If the kings are anything to go by, not that I know any of them, then perhaps this should be an interesting conversation. And House Toldarin, who have you brought as your representative? And you see that the House Toldarin guy kind of gives Vitani a bit of an elbow check, and she looks at him as if to motherfucker. You see a couple of the guard, the clansmen at the back, they go a step forward, and then you see she subtly puts her hand up and she stands up. Vitani, do I announce? And you see she's struggling, bless her. Vitani Melise of the Mountain Folk. She just sits down. She leans in and to whisper to the guy, and he just shakes his head and then nods.
She forgot her title.
Yeah, she's sweating. She's not doing well.
Thing is social anxiety. I get it.
The Mountain Folk. Sorry? I don't know how to announce myself. And then you hear a lot of, as she announces herself, there's a lot of murmuring kind of picks up in the crowds. It's Dragonborn in the mountain, a lot of confusion, and then you hear pick up a couple of, ooh, bloody hell, what they come down here for? Ooh, I've heard things happen in the mountains. There's a lot of hushed. Well, welcome. So, I was hoping that this would, maybe it'll be quicker if there's less delegation. Please provide your pitch. Who wants to go first? And the Nefene kind of gestures towards House Toldarin, and he politely kind of half bows in his chair and gestures. Nefene stands up. I'm here to represent House Gulreen in the venture of taking over as lead. I'm sure you are all aware of the strength and power that House Gulreen bring to the city. Their friendly, warm, welcoming, familial nature will be an asset as the guild lead, welcoming new adventurers on their journeys. I stand before you today to represent them not only as requested, but as a friend, hoping that bridging the gap between the continents can provide a fruitful and interesting future for us all. Aye, rousing opening speech from Miss King. Miss King, yes. And the opening speech from the Guild Delegation.
Oh no.
Vitali stands up. See, she takes a deep breath. I don't know what you've all been told about the mountains. Kerecek's teeth are ominous, yet beautiful, but they are our home. Miss King talks of bridging the gap between the continents, but first I feel it's more pertinent to bridge the gap between the nations of our own continent. There are separations amongst the cities, and there is clear separation in the mountains. Whatever you have been told, you may choose to believe it or not, but that is not what we are here to discuss today. I feel having people that are of the land and for the land, representing the guild houses, will bring... You see, she kind of hesitates. The guy from Toldarin kind of puts his hand on the table and just moves it, just taps. Having someone from the land represent as head of the guild in Dragoon can provide a wider opportunity to strengthen everyone at home. And then she kind of sits down and shakes her head a little. He taps the table again. Well, yes. The guilds are all about adventuring, seeking, growing, and working to better everyone. So, let us get some participation from the crowd, eh? Who would you all see in charge? Toldarin or Gulreen? Does anyone lean one way or another? He gestures out. Toldarin. You see some people start to cheer. There's like a contingent of blue Dragonborn that are all like, yeah, 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 yeah. And Gulreen. And there's like a more general golf clap. I can see there's popularity for these delegations. Have you all prepared for this? Does anyone have anything important that they want to raise? Any questions for the delegations that could help us all make a choice? Gestures around the crowd. You see one guy stands up. He's very slender dragonborn. Almost a combination of black and green on his scaling.
Ooh.
And he leans forward. He says, "Here, what's a human doing working out the delegations for us in our city anyway? Why are you council leaders so important that we can't deal with this as a whole?" Ulysses turned. So is it wrong that I'm a human? What are you insinuating, friend? Yeah, listen. I just don't think you're the person that should be arranging all this. So much so that you see, he kind of looks around. Jin, you notice passively looking now. There's a bottle next to him on the bench.
Oh no.
Does it have some cloth sticking out of it?
No.
No? Okay. Too bad.
How far is he stood away from us?
He's drunk.
This guy's probably about 50 feet from you guys. He says, "Well, I don't agree with it. And I think you should just go back to Calvados and just get out of here." And he throws his hand forward, and a streak of thin red light leaves his finger.
Oh boy.
It's about to go.
It's
Oh,
Oh no.
Whatever happens, just stay seated.
Ulysses puts his hand up, and the streak of red light fizzles out into nothing.
Stupid boy.
And he says, "Well," you see the guardsmen all start to start filtering the way through the crowds. You see Ulysses kind of smiles. He says, kind of clicks his neck a little bit, and like a bit of a devilish smirk comes across his face, like indifferent to this presentery demeanour that he's been given, and his kind of demeanour changes a little bit. He says, "Well, yes, it's a nice trick you've got there. I was hoping the delegations would be respected a little more, friend. Perhaps we should bring your disagreements to an end." And he points at the guy, and the guy goes limp and flops over the side of the arena and lands on the sand.
he didn't just. Oh my god.
Well,
Just kill a guy.
anyway, and he kind of just lowers his hands. Everyone just goes silent at that point in the arena. Like, what the fuck just happened?
I should have intervened. I should have done it.
So,
No.
You would have fucking died, Scar.
No,
Believe
no,
us.
not the Ulysses guy.
does anybody else have any disagreements? I'm here to arrange the new guild lead. My importance is of no concern to you all. Any grievances aside, we can continue. I believe I was asking for questions anybody might have. No? Well then. Do you have any more points to raise? Things have taken a turn, and I suppose we might just take it to a vote and be done with it. Magda stands up. And she looks like stunned, looks over to the guy that's just Peter Griffin, arms the wrong way, limp, ragdolled on the floor.
No.
Like,
Oh dear.
Power worded.
The poor
Get
guy.
power worded, son.
Mhm.
Oh,
Brother.
power word is awful. At least it's not 10 disintegrates one after the other.
Oh, tank them.
She kind of looks at Nephene, and Nephene kind of looks at her. And Nephene kind of shakes her head at first and then nods. And Magda says, I will await to see if House Tolderin have any final remarks before I make mine. She sits back down. Well, that was impressive, Master Madcap. As you all know, House Tolderin are a proud house and a rich house, and we can provide a great many things financially. What we may lack in other areas, we don't have necessarily the warmth of the hearth that the family of Gulreen provide. Disappointed old Octuvian's not here. I was looking forward to conversing with him. You see no silhouette on the balcony now. I was looking forward to exchanging what he could offer for what I could buy. But I firmly believe that as young Princess Vitani mentioned, that I feel keeping things closer to home would be a more accurate and beneficial representation. Not that I have anything against Miss King, but I feel it'd be more right to have a dragon at the top. So, that's what I have to say, Magda. Magda stands up. This has been a long time in planning, and the last few days have been strange. But things change, and I would care to agree. While I wouldn't want to withdraw from the proceedings, I feel that perhaps offering to work together, and Ulysses bangs his hand on the table. No! There will be no working together. One house will take control. I want to work with one individual under me, not many. That's why we're here to decide. Magda sits down. Then I withdraw. Well, that was easy and a little boring. Congratulations, I suppose, to House Tolderin. You've won by default. If you need me, I will be in the refreshments tent for the next hour. Then I will be going back to Calvados. Someone clean that up. Gestures towards the Dragonborn. The delegation move towards the top, and the circle of guards opens up again. Vitani's guard all come and surround her. And then there's quiet conversations, and you can't hear them anymore.
What was that? What? Just look at the boys.
I don't know. Where the hell was Octuvian?
He just killed someone.
Oh.
Okay.
Welcome to the games that my father used to play. There's no understanding. There's just what they want.
And I get the feeling the guy that orchestrated all this didn't get what he wanted.
No. And you know what? Looking back, I'm kind of glad I said no.
I need to talk to my sister. I'm just gonna get
Yeah.
up and start shuffling my way through the crowd.
Yeah, the crowd all filters out. You can hear, like, people are confused, stunned, like, what the fuck was that about? Like, this has been the hushed conversation on everyone's lips for months of preparations and decisions that are going to be made, and then this guy's just turned up, killed a guy, and then ended the thing, you know.
Yeah.
Ulysses the Madcap.
Yeah, well, name checks out.
Who's in the name? Everyone
I'll,
filters out, goes
wait
back about
outside,
there.
like I said I would. Does Magda come out?
You see Magda and Nephane are outside, near the north area. They've not come out into the public yet, but they're out, you know, that circle of guards where the refreshment tent is.
Yeah, I'll just wait until they're, like, more approachable, maybe.
Yeah, there are a few people that are heading towards the refreshment tent. You can see some of the civilians, certainly the service civilians, are just getting turned away. But you get the odd person who's let through.
Something just doesn't add up.
No, of course it doesn't.
I need to know what the fuck he promised them.
Because it seems that they're going to get their wish now. And
It's a finite resource. It must be something else.
It's got to be. But... and... as it... to get the other... basically get the other three houses to not even want to be part of this. Does that have any hand in it?
I don't know. I mean, I don't really know a lot about Pursuer. I don't think they were interested to begin with, from what you said.
Yeah, but everything that I
Octavian
went through
probably
with...
just didn't have someone else.
But I offered. You heard me last night.
Yeah, but that was
And
after
he
you already
said
told him no.
Yeah, but then he said that I wasn't needed.
Well, maybe he just didn't want to participate anymore if you weren't going to.
There's something's not adding up here.
It doesn't really matter. Like, if we're gonna break our heads about this now, it doesn't really change anything. It's already happened. I need to talk to my sister.
Yeah, let's go find them.
So the less time we can spend in this city banging our heads about politics we don't know about, the quicker we can move on to what we was actually supposed to be doing.
Gaff,
and
I can't potentially unleash my mother on this city, okay? This takes priority.
Depends on what she was promised.
Exactly.
That's what we need to find out.
No, I'm guessing Vitani's probably still inside the arena. Is there a way to, like, get...
If you make your way up towards the refreshment area, you can see that the delegates are in there with Ulysses and his delegation. As I say, most people are getting knocked back entry, but a couple of people are let through.
I'll walk up as well.
Yeah, the guards kind of stop you. Unfortunately, this is for delegates and VIPs. Are you with the delegation? Or are you VIPs?
Well, I am... I'm gonna gesture towards Vitani. I would like to speak with my sister.
Your sister? Okay, just bear with us one moment. And nods to one of the guards who runs over to Vitani, and you see she nods, and the guard runs back. Yes, she is indeed the sister of the delegation. Okay, fantastic. He kind of looks at the chaps. These all with you?
Yes.
And why is that one bound?
Well, he's he's part of my companions as well. He's one of our kin, my sister and mine, and we
You see,
just
kind
took
of
him along.
like light bulbs. Very well. He steps back.
Thank you. I'll head through.
Shoot him a calming as possible. Calming glance, like.
No. So you make your way in. It's essentially a large, structured. It's like a large tent if a tent had a frame, and within there's like a table that's got food and drink on, and a couple of jugs of spicy juice and stuff, probably fruit and etc. You see, Ulysses is just stood there, just picking rather than having like a plate that he's put some grapes on. He's just picking grapes off the stalks on the table, just eating grapes.
No. He just leaves the empty stalks on the. Oh.
Yeah, just leaves the stalks there. Of course he does. As you approach, you overhear the end of what he was saying, and you hear him say to Darren, said, "Well, that was fucking ridiculous. I have no idea why I'm even here." "Well, Master Ulysses, the madcap, I assure you that now that we will be assuming control, that it was the right choice all along. I would have fought tooth and nail to prevail on this matter. I feel Princess Vitani will be the right fit, and, well, with your gifts, I'm sure that everyone will prosper." You see Vitani kind of just stands up slowly and slowly walks away and gives a polite nod and then just walks over to you with her eyes wide like, "Help."
And I'll just sort of reach out an arm and just kind of pull her in a little bit.
Yeah,
just
kind of just grabs your wrist and just like holds your wrist.
How was
He didn't prepare me. I wasn't aware I was meant to give speeches.
Well, your speech was good. Your speech was good, but you could have used your time.
I said mountain folk. I called us mountain folk.
You did. It's fine. It's okay. I'm just. He just killed a guy. Okay.
Yes. Why did no one react to that? Like. Was that an act? Was it part of the show?
No, I would have helped. I would have. I don't have anything to fix death.
Well, he just looked at him. He didn't do anything. He just
Magic, Vitani. Magic. it's
and now you're all closer. You can see that Ulysses, before where he had that younger visage and his beard was salt and pepper, you can see now that he looks like a lot older than he did, and his beard is now more grey than salt and pepper.
Well, but maybe we shouldn't discuss this here. But now that you're going to be in control,
What does that even mean?
To talk about what was promised.
Do you like paperwork?
She doesn't know what that is, Jen. We
Yeah.
don't have that.
So imagine holding pieces of parchment the entire day and approving or disapproving what's on the pieces of parchment.
She kind of slow turns to Saphira.
Congratulations.
Gingy's 22. Can you all right, just we'll figure this out, okay? Before we go on about any of this and how are you going to settle down here or whatnot, I need to know what the fuck he promised.
Well,
You said something about bringing people together from this continent, but Mother.
well, hopefully it will keep Mother at bay and, well, give us an opportunity to not have to spend all of our time in the mountain. But what was promised kind of confused me, and I was unsure how money can be. It's not money for us. Jemias promised us that he will use his money to appease Ulysses, and Ulysses will gladly bestow upon us gifts that will end our hunger.
Can I roll something to put together that he's essentially going to, 1, dump off political prisoners, 2, probably divert some sort of slave trade, to feed these people?
What?
There's going to be bodies involved.
Vitani looks a bit confused, as you'd expect. Maybe we can ask? I mean, he's right there.
Yes. Yeah, sure. Let's go talk to the man. Let's go talk to the man that just killed someone. It's fine. It's fine. He's not gonna do it again. Probably. Okay.
What could
Saphira.
go wrong?
Yes, Jin.
There's nothing I can do here.
I can't either.
Not against that kind of power.
But there are people to protect. We have to try at least.
Yeah.
Let's just see. Maybe we can have a conversation. After all,
civil conversations get a lot more answers than violence.
yeah, well, you want to talk, Scath.
Mr. Fireball.
Fire arrows. Anyways, come on, Vitani. Chin up. Let's go.
If you go into this conversation with confidence,
I'll
you
be
never
fine.
know what you'll find out. I
I'll be
was
fine.
more talking to your sister, but yeah.
I'm gonna go eat some grapes.
And who are you to give advice to my sister? I'm just kidding. No, I didn't
I'm
say
trying
that.
to help.
It was out of character. Just
Listen, lips.
I'll just wrap my arm around Vitani's shoulder for a moment and give a bit of a side hug, and then I'm just gonna go over towards Ulysses with her.
Yeah, you see Ulysses is stood. He's just picked up a jar of the old vino. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Yeah, he's just picked up this massive goblet of wine and he's just chugging out the goblet. Still just picking grapes off the stalks.
What do you mean, you old bastard? You better leave some for me.
Straight.
Oh yeah, there's loads. And you can tell, like, as you've been in the city so far, you've not seen like a spread kind of like this, and then part of you wonders where it came from, and you know, it's like a veritable feast on this it's meant to be a refreshments table.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, you approach.
We ride behind them.
Yeah.
I'll just look at Vitani and then look at him.
Princess Vitani, I've been led to... You didn't tell me you were a princess. That's very impressive. And I wonder why Jemias, he chose you as his delegate. Well, I will look forward to working with you as lead of the... these your friends?
Yes. Well, I am her sister. Nice to meet you.
Oh, congratulations. Princess as well, or less fortunate?
Indeed.
And your name?
Saphira.
Saphira. Ulysses the Madcap. Pleasure's all mine. Or is it yours? Who knows?
I suppose we'll see.
Yeah, so, well, will you be working with your sister, working with me, or...
Hopefully. However, there's there's something I needed to find out.
Oh,
See,
right.
I've not spent much time with my clan recently. So
Oh,
I'm not
right. Yeah.
entirely in the loop of what has been promised to
Yeah,
them.
you see, turns
for
and
my
pours
sister to
himself
come
another
down
goblet. Picks up
from
another
the
couple of
mountains.
grapes. Right, yes, from the mountains. Yeah.
Yes, so I would be very inclined to know what it is exactly that you promised. Our mother.
Oh, well. Well, you see, when you have the gifts that I do, sometimes these gifts become a burden, and it's nice to bestow gifts upon those who need them. And, well, this is really good wine. So I was told that the princess gets hungry and people get hungry, so well, are you very arcanely attuned, any of you? You're aware how magic works and how you can use the power of magic to do literally fucking anything.
Well, I get I have a divine blessing, so to speak.
You see, he kind of looks at you when you say divine. He looks at you. And he kind of stands up a bit taller. Oh, that's good for you. Which one?
Oh, I am a
It's the
follower of
snake,
Kerecekian.
isn't it? Yeah, I knew it. Yes. Anyway, so yes, magic, bloody divine. The arcane is very powerful. I'm sure divine is as well. But yes, they won't be hungry anymore. Jemias has
And how
promised.
exactly is that going to look? How do you intend to do that? Please do explain. I am pretty well read when it comes to the arcane.
Oh, well, they get hungry when they don't eat. But then
Yes.
if I remove the hunger, like literally with magic, like they won't be hungry.
So they won't be eating because they don't feel hungry. That doesn't sound very healthy.
Well, they can eat if they want to. It's
Different.
a gift. It's not necessarily meant to make sense. Sometimes.
See, the way you're explaining it is that they just don't feel hungry anymore. But if they then don't eat because they don't feel hungry, they're going to starve regardless.
Oh no, they won't be. No, their bodies will still function normally.
Interesting. That's quite a powerful magic to provide such a spell to.
It's you can do a
This many
lot. You
people.
could do a lot of things. Well, it's a clan, is it not? How many are there?
Usually between 70 to 100.
Right. Well, might take a while. Slurps a bit, pulls a chicken leg off. Well, puts the food and drink
Sounds-
down, goes into his robe.
Sounds to me like you didn't entirely think this through before you used them somewhere.
Well, as long as Jemias continues to help fund the guilds and their development, then my everlasting magics can provide gifts. Do you like cards? Does anyone like cards?
I'm just gonna narrow my eyes at him.
Does anyone care to gamble? Speaking of gifts.
Yeah.
Oh god, not the cards.
Yeah.
I remember those cards.
Oh god. Not a third one.
Ulysses pulls from within his robe a small deck that looks like
no.
a set of tarot cards.
No, not the tarot cards.
Why the deck of many things?
And he pulls them from my man. No looking at what they do, you shitbag.
I already fucking know it's the third campaign.
That's true. I mean, it wouldn't be a pitch campaign without the deck showing up at least once.
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah, the deck is literally his thing, bro. Yeah, it's his thing.
Well, if
But anyway, back in character because none of you know what it is. Does anyone like cards? Fantastic. Well, I'll be honest with you, and I'll only be honest with you because I've had a drink and I don't feel like, well, looks back towards the arena. Things happen. The power of choice is a powerful thing, and the power of magic is another. And through the power of my magic, and through the power of creation, weaving the very nature of magic itself, you can do a lot of things. And I held within my hands a deck of cards that have been woven with pure arcane that can do a great many things. Some of them can provide wondrous boons, and some of them will kill you outright. I will give you the opportunity to draw a card from the deck. And it can either go fantastically well, it could go fantastically bad, or it could probably be something in the middle. I've not tested them all, because I am still standing. Would you like to draw a card from the deck?
I'll look at Jin and I'll look at my sister.
Yes.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
gonna,
that's got straight in there.
I'm gonna roll two to see if I'll pick one.
I've already got a dice in my hand.
I'm
And I
gonna-
do.
He stands before you shuffling the deck. This could go very fucking wrong,
Oh,
guys.
fucking hell.
I rolled
I-
a 3. It was
I rolled a
gonna
5. 1 to 10 I do. 11 to 20 I don't. Oh, shit.
because I'm terribly
Jin
curious.
folds his hands and observes.
Nice campaign, guys. Great knowing you.
Wouldn't be a meeting with Ulysses if he didn't bring out his deck.
I'll,
I will continue to shuffle until you tell me to stop. And then I will allow you to draw a card from the top, or from the bottom, or from a cut in the middle.
Stop.
oh god.
Would you like the card from the top, from the bottom, or from a cut in the middle?
Here we go. Nice group activity. We're all dead.
The middle.
I bet you're glad you've not got your camera on now, Lucy.
The middle?
And I
Just because I'm in a better mood and I wasn't expecting this to go the way it did. Pats his hand on your shoulder. You feel a chill go down your spine as he casts Death Ward on you.
Nope.
From the middle. Here.
It's about finally.
So that would be this one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's one card that the look.
Uh-oh.
Don't.
Ugh.
Oh, dearie.
Wait.
Bolognese just redeemed by an advantage.
This card doesn't appear to be on the list of cards in the...
Which one is it?
You'll find out in a sec. 2 seconds. 2 seconds, guys. We've gone off piste.
It was nice knowing you guys. Can't wait to roll new characters. Fuck my life.
Oh, right. Okay, it's not the one I thought it was. It's okay. It could have been worse. Ulysses takes the card. Oh, you've got an advantage, Scath, for an inevitable death save, says Val. He takes the card and he looks at it and he just goes, oop, and he continues to sip as he reveals to you
Oh.
the skull card. I think you should all probably take a seat. And he sits back and he takes the card and he throws it like a frisbee. Taps you on the shoulder again. I've protected you. You should be fine. You might want to ready yourself, friend.
All alone.
From the card, a black smoke starts to billow.
Oh, God.
Flashes of spark and flame start to arise and mix with the smoke. As you summon an avatar of death.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Oh, this has appeared in every.
Does it look like steel?
Not quite. A ghostly humanoid skeleton clad in a tattered black robe, carrying a spectral scythe,
Oh, God.
appears approximately 10 feet away. Roll initiative, Scath. As it emerges from the card, it points towards Scath and says, "He fights alone."
Oh, no. I'm going to instinctively stand before my sister. Just kind of shield.
Yeah,
her.
Vitani's like,
Okay.
fuck no. Just like, where the... she's on
Welcome
the
to Dragoon.
other side of the table, surrounded by clansmen.
Okay, so initiative, that would be a 28.
Yeah, you definitely go first.
Oh, God.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you're up first, mate.
An avatar of death, you said?
Yeah.
Death.
I mean,
Do you fear death?
no, I could just divine intervention this right now.
No.
Fuck it, I'm gonna shoot the fucker. Gaff's gonna go out how he fucking wants. So, he'll move 30 feet back.
What's your hit point maximum, Ska?
55.
Yeah?
If I'm first, I'll
Yeah,
shoot.
you're definitely first, mate.
I'll throw everything into him.
Yeah?
Attacks.
So you get your Dread Ambusher. They don't have to. It's just the first round of combat in it, so
Yeah,
they don't have to be surprised, do they?
No.
Yeah. So you still get your Dread Ambusher. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Fuck it, we'll Hunter's Mark him as well for a bonus action. Move 30 feet back.
Yeah.
And then shoot at him 3 times.
Cool. You all feel and like an overwhelming cold. Like this presence is like oppressive. You all feel as if something cold and wrought of pure evil has just sat on your chest, and you all kind of wince in the presence of this avatar. And Ulysses is just still stood there pulling grapes, just having a drink. Like, okay, now let's see how this goes.
So 3 attacks.
Yeah.
29, 27, 27 to hit.
Yeah, all hit.
Where's my D8? So I'll just calculate everything together. So 18. 23. 28. 30. 34. 38. 2.
The maths. It's been a while. Combat maths. Just for the sake of putting it out there, is anyone else doing anything? Diving in, getting involved,
Eating grapes.
peeling grapes.
I'm just watching the
I'm just,
encounter and wondering how this will go.
yeah.
So, without doing the other stuff, so far it's 56 points of piercing,
Nice.
but I'm shooting him with the fire arrows, and I don't have the stats for them.
And the fire arrows are just normal arrows, but they do 1d6 extra damage of fire damage.
1d6, that's
Yeah.
3, then that's...
So an extra 3d6 fire damage.
So, that was 56 points of piercing,
Oh my
and
goodness.
16 points of fire.
Okay. So half the piercing, as you can imagine, an avatar of death in a spectral robe. You ain't piercing him to its full extent. So what was it? 56 divided by 2 is 28. No. Yeah? Yeah. 28. And then how much piercing? How much fire? 16.
16.
Nice. Okay. You shoot the arrows. They ignite as they leave the end of your bow. You see, guys, Scath dives into action. It's been days since we've had a battle. And you see with Scath's movements, everything is so fluid. You see shadows like wreath up and down his arms as he takes each shot. They all strike true. These like areas of spectral energy kind of pulse, and then with the fire they linger and simmer, and they don't fully close. You see the avatar shimmers a little bit, cracks, like not quite there. It makes its way towards you, and it's going to attack, bringing its scythe down, completely ignoring anyone else. +4 to hit. It only has a +4 to hit. 22. 16. And a 19. I think the 2 of them hit.
Both hit you. My AC is only 17.
Yeah, so 2 out of 3 hit. Bum bum ba bum. Bum bum ba bum. Bum bum ba bum. Right. So, you take... Would you believe it? 2 max rolls. The first one, you take 12 slashing and 6 necrotic. The second one, you take 9 slashing and 2 necrotic. So 12 plus 6.
18.
29.
Yeah. 29 points.
Hey.
And then it hovers in your presence. 5 feet away. So if you move, you'll get an up attack. If you stay next to it, it'll be disadvantage on your shots.
Mm-hmm.
Ulysses turns to everyone. Would anyone else like to draw a card? Fun fact, now that one's been drawn, there's that one out of the way, at least. Ooh, that was a nasty hit.
Shouldn't we try and do something?
You know what?
It said, do not intervene.
But
He fights alone. I dread to think what would happen if we did.
He's
As an
got
action-
this.
As an action, because it's Avatar of Death, I think this might hurt. I'm going to hit. I'm going to try and cast. Where is it? Sacred Flame,
Okay.
because it's radiant damage.
Okay. So it's a deck save, yeah? What's your save?
12. Not the best.
19
You'll
on the
shut it off.
dice. Passes, unfortunately. So there's your action.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
You know what? Because I can cast it as a bonus action. I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself.
You can't cast 2 leveled spells. Oh, no, it's a Sacred Flame's a cantrip, isn't it? Yeah, Shield of Faith
Yeah.
on yourself. +2 to your AC. Nice. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You see as your wrist adorned holy symbol glows, you see almost like a bubble of energy. This white light just surrounds Scaff and then simmers and disappears. You staying put?
Yeah, there's no point giving it. What is it?
Opportunity attack. It's going to swing. Misses. Misses again. Hits on the last one with a 23. So you take another 10 points of slashing, 1 point of necrotic. It's your turn. You can see that it's in front of you and it's kind of flickering in and out of.
With me.
Ulysses picks up the cards and starts shuffling them again. Is anybody else going to have a go?
I will, but once we see what happens here.
Oh, yes, of course.
Who's on this?
Heavy's in chat and time to see deck of many things.
I'm gonna go stand next to Jen. I'm gonna ready my channel divinity just in case.
Okay.
Is there cocktail glasses with tiny umbrellas in it?
As you think about that and you look towards the table, next to a bottle of clear liquid, there are cocktail glasses with tiny umbrellas in.
I will get one. I'll just stand there. See, now all I'm missing is a beach and palm tree.
You know what? I'm gonna attack it with my short sword.
Okay.
It's nice and close. I'll hit it twice with the short sword. So 25.
Hits.
And then 26.
Hits.
So this is just a d6 plus 6 on this. That's 3, 6, 18. 18 points of piercing.
Piercing with a short sword.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Strange. You slash out with a nice shadowy flourish, slashing through
And then,
this entity. Did you do your hunter's mark damage as well?
it only works on range attacks. I
Oh,
believe.
does it?
No,
I don't think it does, because rangers don't have to be...
it's
Archers.
I think it's just extra damage on the target that's marked.
I thought it were range.
Doesn't matter how you hunt it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We deal an extra one. Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah. Sorry. So
that's
It might be
Oh,
quite
that's-
important.
that's 11. Another 11 points of.
Another 11 points. Yeah. I was waiting for that. Yeah. You slash once, you slash twice, and that glowing mark that you can see with your hunter's eyes rake through, and the card begins to fizzle before you finish. I'm gonna let you finish.
Alright.
Like a Ghostbuster trap, the smoky energy is pulled back into the card, and the card flicks up from the floor, and Ulysses catches it. Well, congratulations! Everyone's just stood there like silent, like what the fuck is happening? Ulysses like, well done, my boy. I wasted that death mark. Well, if you die today, you won't die today. Who's next?
well.
Round 2.
I said I would once that was concluded.
Well, step forward, sparkly man. I will stop shuffling when you want me to.
Stop.
Top, bottom, or somewhere in the middle?
Middle.
There, do you?
Yes.
A drum roll. Fuck!
Oh no.
Taking the fucking piss.
Oh no. What is it?
Oh no. Well, almost in slow motion, as Ulysses starts to reveal the card, you see spectral chains start to form and wrap themselves around Azora's arms.
Oh no.
No.
Which one is that? Oh no!
Oh no.
This card signifies imprisonment.
Oh god.
From the space that was where he was stood, and with all of his gear and items dropping to the floor, Azora disappears.
No.
Well then.
Well, I've not seen that one happen before. Well, anybody else want to draw?
No. If your magic is so great and you're so knowledgeable, where is he?
That's a good question. Reasonably could be anywhere. You see the little gnome that was in his contingent waddles up. Ulysses? Was that what I think it was? Oh, yes, T. It's, I think he's gone. Oh, I've heard of this. I think there's one way to find him. But I can't do it. Ulysses says, well, if you want me to wish him back, I can't do that. I killed a guy earlier. I could maybe try tomorrow. I've got things to do. I've got places to be. I was only meant to be here an hour. Oh, Ulysses. Come on, it was meant to be a bit of fun. You see, he stood there shuffling the cards. Right, I'll make you a deal. If one more person draws, I'll have him brought back tomorrow.
Finn steps forward. How trustworthy is that deal?
That's a fair test.
Say again. What do you say, Jin?
How trustworthy is that deal? You just killed a man.
That was very powerful magic. I can't do that more than once a day. And he kind of taps his hat. Well, I suppose you'll just have to trust me, but I will. It was meant to be fun, and you saw me shuffle and draw. What are the odds of picking the two fucking worst cards in a row? I could not have fixed that if I'd tried. But you saw my hands, you saw me do it, you picked the middle. Both of you. I am a magic man, but I am not a magician. I do not perform cheap sleight of hand nonsense. Real arcane is where I'm at. But yes, I will bring him back tomorrow. Well, for clarity, I will wish that whoever's got him will relinquish him. Whether they do or not is not a guarantee, but... So
you cannot guarantee that he's going to be back. Then what good is your promise?
Well, we can just leave him there if you want.
No, that's not what I... Okay.
Give me a card.
He cricks his neck again. Okay, you see his eyes are getting a little bit bloodshot at this point. When do you want me to stop shuffling?
He's going to make him shuffle for an uncomfortable amount of time.
I'm going to make him shuffle until tomorrow. I see the loophole in your ploy. For clarity, I need to sleep to get my magic back.
You can stop
Keep
shuffling.
Keep shuffling in your sleep.
Top, bottom, or middle?
The top.
Fwapa! Fwapa! The Jester. Are you a funny man?
Ooh.
Funny man? Are you a funny man? Funny man? The Jester.
I'm not yet.
So, congratulations, Jin. You've leveled up.
Ooh.
But if you want
Nice.
if you want to keep that level up, you have to draw again.
Shuffle, funny man.
That brings me to an interesting point. At the end of today's session, everyone levels up. So Jin's got to level up twice.
Nice.
Motherfucker.
Sick.
Stop
I want to
shuffling.
know. I want to know who's
Look
got
at the
me.
draw. Did you say stop?
Yep. Stop again.
I don't know how to pronounce it, but that one, Uriel.
Uriel.
Okay, as you look at this card, you can almost swear that the snakes upon the card of the Medusa's head start to move. And your eyes become wide as its gaze pierces into you. The Medusa-like visage of this card brings a curse of a -1 penalty on all saving throws. It is permanent. Only the Fates card or a deity can remove it.
Do we know a deity, anyone?
It's okay. You get a +3 from me anyway, so it's only
That is true. You just get a +2 from Zafira. So yeah, you'll have to, when we do your level ups, you'll have to edit your sheet and add a manual -1 to all of your saving throws.
Yeah, I can do that right now.
Well, there we go. He turns to Zafira. Smiles. A big, creepy smile. One more.
fine.
Excellent. Tell me when to stop shuffling.
Stop.
Top, middle, or bottom?
Look at the deck in his hands. I'll be the odd one out. Bottom card.
What the fuck does this one fucking do? Oh, gee, you guys are absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Oh no.
What did you... Oh, no.
How?
The only other bad one I can think of like that would be from the past.
Could
Be
be bad.
Talons. Oh, shh.
Devoid?
No.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's just as
That's not good.
Great.
Zafira's soul is sent to
Oh,
a
good.
desolate location,
Oh,
and her body collapses to the floor in a
great.
catatonic
Love that for me.
state. Oh! Well, 2 out of 4 ain't bad. You see Ulysses waddles over again. Sorry, Tielen waddles over to Ulysses. Why promise one, but then take another? It's the cards, it's not me. I don't know what to say.
Has the fair effectively gone to 0 hit points?
Worse.
No. Worse.
she's a
Shell.
vehicle without a driver.
Currently.
Yeah. What is happening?
Well, unlike your big shiny friend, someone or something has gotten him, and and you see a light bulb moment pings, and he smiles. Interesting thought. Your friend has been taken by someone or something. Your other friend, it's currently soulless, and her soul is trapped somewhere. The good thing is, I know where she is, but you'd have to go and get her.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Unless I did just
No.
make you a deal, and I said that I could bring him back. But what about if I brought her back instead?
Oh no.
I'm only joking, that's absolutely abhorrent. I can bring them both back It will take a couple of days, and it would probably be very fucking expensive. So I hope you've got deep pockets.
Gin.
Yes, Gaff. As he puts his cocktail glass with an umbrella. No, he doesn't put it down. He shatters the cocktail glass with the umbrella in his hand. Just a beach. Palm tree.
Again, I can ask Avia to use this. I don't know if it'll work. To try and bring Zafira or Azura.
Question to you, Magic Man. Why is the second one expensive?
Oh, well, because one of them... I mean, they're both expensive. But I will do one because I said I would. And I will make it clear of the cards how you chose 3 of the absolute worst ones. I don't fucking know. But you chose them. And he kind of looks down at Zafira's pale, expressionless, soulless face.
I do not blame you for the card I drew. I blame you for the others, with the deals you just made. But if I was to use a divine intervention, would that be able to bring them back?
You see, he kind of mockingly goes, oh, the divine. Oh. I don't know. It has nothing to do with me. You'd have to make that conversation yourself.
What's worse, somebody who's soulless, or somebody's body and soul are together just somewhere?
I mean, if you want my honest opinion, at least your friend's just imprisoned somewhere. I don't know how you're going to explain that one. That's a little more awkward. And you look, and Vitani is like...
Oh.
She is... Her hair that was neatly plaited is kind of slightly less plaited.
I may have forgot about
her eyes are...
I didn't.
Her pupils are just like slits, and she's got a little bit of froth gathering in the corner of her mouth.
Where did her soul go?
Her soul is on the plane of water, interestingly. I've not been there yet.
Plane of water. Fuck's sake. Call upon Avia and the divine intervention.
Okay, what do you say? Is
The
your
famous
holy
soul.
symbol embedded in your arm begins to glow a pale white light?
Jin's hand is on his blade, by the way.
The paladin Zafira's soul has been sent to the plane of water. Her soul has been ripped from her body and sent here. I call upon this favour. My God, I saviour, would you be able to bring her soul back to her body in one piece, in one piece and intact?
I like the stipulation. I like your stipulation. Yeah, soul's back. She's just fucked. Your arm glows in a pale white light. It gets warm, then it gets cold. And then you see Scaff, you all see Scaff, starts to sweat.
I don't.
Well, oh, sorry, Jin sees Scaff start to sweat. His fist clenches and almost taken as if his body is he kind of lost control of his body. He slowly kneels down next to Zafira. He places his hand on her armoured chest, and his hand begins to glow in a bright white light. He reaches up into an unknown space, and his hand almost becomes blurred as if dipped into a body of water. You see a large bead of water drips down his arm, across his chest, down his other arm, and meets the light which diffuses it from a bright light into a pale light. And then the lights all fade. And after a couple of quiet seconds, as Vitani slowly starts to approach Ulysses, Saphira gasps a breath once again. And Scath no longer has his divine intervention.
What the just happened?
And that's where we
I'm gonna
will
look.
end today's session. Because we are over time.
Dang it.
Ah,
Oh,
dang
yeah.
it, Bobby.
The deck of many fucking pegs.
The
It had to- it had to
fucking
come out.
first time I
It had
get
to
to
come out.
draw a card and I literally
I
get
can't
such a
believe it.
shit one.
I shuffled.
The three worst. The three worst. Without a doubt.
Yeah, literally the three worst. Skull, Don
Don John and Boyd.
I shuffled them. I drew them from where you wanted me to draw them from. You know, there's no fixing that. Like, I can't believe that just happened. There we go.
Ay, ay, ay.
Divine intervention spent. But yes, positive for one of you at least. A double level up. Poggies. So everyone levels up. Jin levels up twice. But Jin does also have a -1 penalty to all of his saving throws.
Put it in the character sheet.
Sweet. Thank you all for watching. We are not here
Next week.
Sad.
Then we are here. Then we're not here. So I will see you all in a couple of weeks. Rest well. Toodle-doo. Love you, bye.
Bye.
Peace.